Hi.
Yeah, hi.
This training covers only Spring Boot or Spring Security, Spring Cloud, something other modules as well.
You will get to know that in next 5 minutes, like what all will be covered, exactly what all will be covered.
Okay.
So it
Yeah.
will include that also: Spring Cloud configuration management, Spring Security, Spring AOP, and this Spring Boot fundamentals, and Spring Hibernate also,
Oh,
like
so
JPA Hibernate, all of that.
as well, any mini project is going to happen here.
Yeah, this training is a project oriented training. So everything that we will do will be project based, nothing theoretical, hardly theory. Like 1% of this training or 0.5% of this training will be theoretical. Rest all 99.5 will be practical based, all project based.
Oh, super, excellent.
Just waiting because participants are still joining in. So just admitting everyone, then I'll begin today's session.
Yeah. And shall we have any group like Telegram or Slack something?
Yeah, I mean, I've created a group on LinkedIn for Spring Boot, microservices, and other trainings. You can join
Oh,
in there.
can you ping the link?
Yeah, sure. Just let me search. I'll ping it.
Yeah.
I just recently created that one. So I'll share my LinkedIn profile first and the group that I've created.
Yeah, sure.
See, for the recordings, if you guys don't get the recording, what you can do is then you can add me on LinkedIn and you can text me. I'll follow up with the Microstream guys and I'll get you the recordings. Let me search the groups.
Hey, we both worked at Essential actually.
In which company?
No, Essential. I mean, I'm also working in Essential.
I'm not working in Accenture now. I was working there 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm working in a startup now, Atlin.
Oh, I'm fresher actually. I have just 11-month experience.
Don't worry, you'll learn quite fast. You've come to this
Yeah,
training these 2 days only, you'll learn so much that that's good enough for you to land into a product-based company.
yeah. I'm
But
very
you'll have to
thankful
be
if it
attentive
happens.
in entire training.
Yeah, I already committed to this track.
I'm just searching my group. I'm not getting that group right now. You guys can just okay. Let me search in the group section. Is there any filter my groups or something? You guys can just add me on LinkedIn and keep. Um, yeah, here it is.
Yeah,
I got the group. I just recently created this LinkedIn group. I'm sending you guys. Here I'll be posting about my upcoming trainings. Maybe in future I'll also create a training on Spring Boot AWS, like how you can create APIs to upload files to S3, to get files from S3, to basically read files in S3, and then like how you can create buckets also using API, like how you can create wrapper over AWS SDKs using Spring Boot, and a lot of other stuff, like how you can deploy your Spring Boot applications on EC2, how you can create application load balancer, all those stuff. All right, so let's get started. I'll start by sharing my screen. I think all the participants have joined in. Let me admit few more. All right, let's start. So this is your day one curriculum. So today we'll be covering the Spring Boot fundamentals. So we'll be covering dev tools, actuators, how we can do profiling with Spring Boot, model design, Lombok framework to avoid boilerplate code, controller tier, like how you can create APIs and API methods, Swagger API, like we'll be building Swagger UI and testing our APIs with Swagger UI. Then service tier, embedded database H2, like how you can use embedded database for quick testing of your application and for creating your applications from scratch. So you can leverage this. You'll learn about how you can leverage embedded database H2 to create applications from scratch very rapidly, so that you don't have to do cleanup. Then you learn about what are entity classes. Then you learn about like what is JPA and how you can use JPA for performing CRUD operations onto your database tables. Then exception handling in Spring Boot, how to create custom exceptions. And then the next level thing, which you must have probably not heard of, exception handlers in Spring Boot, how you can create custom exception handlers in Spring Boot. And then you'll be learning about next level serialization framework, which is Microstream. This is your day one curriculum. And tomorrow we will be covering Spring Boot Hibernate. So these are the things in Hibernate that we'll be covering. We'll be covering all the mappings in Hibernate. Then Spring Boot AOP will be covering how you can create audit system with by using Spring Boot AOP. What are the different types of advices and the terms in AOP? Like AOP stands for aspect oriented programming language. So what are the concepts in aspect oriented programming language and how you really apply them? So we are going to create a audit system for employee management system by using Spring Boot AOP. Then you'll also be learning application level security by using Spring Boot security. So using Spring Boot security, you can implement application level security. Let me admit few more guys in. All right. And then you'll be learning Spring Cloud modules. In Spring Cloud modules, we are covering only configuration management, how you can create config server, config client, and how you can externalize your configuration into a separate Git repository. So this year it's a 2 days training. Last year it was a 4-day training, 2-day fundamental, 2-day advanced. So that's why the topics are fewer than what it was last year. So if some of you must have attended my training last year, so you must be aware, like last year we had covered double the content because we had double the time. Okay, now let's get started without wasting any further time. Before we start, let's spend some time in knowing each other. So I would like you all to write a short description about yourself, like short introduction about yourself in the chat, and then I'll introduce myself. Guys, you can write a short introduction about yourself in the chat. Like what is your experience and what are the programming language and the frameworks that you're familiar with, all of that. For students, this training will help you to land a good job. For experienced folks, this training will help you to add innovation in your current project. And for the people who are just creating a project using Spring Boot, this training will help them also to create a Spring Boot application from scratch. And people who are coming from .NET background, you still have a background with programming language and frameworks. So Spring Boot, I'm going to make it very easy for you. It's very less complex than the other frameworks. In fact, it's very easy to learn Spring Boot. I see many of you have background in Java Spring Boot, which is good. So you can focus on the advanced concepts much faster. All right, so let's get started. Before we start, let me introduce myself. This is Rimini. Hi, my name is Samarth Narula. I'm a principal software engineer and a microservice architect. Currently, I'm working for a startup, Atlin. Previously, I worked for companies like Here Technologies, Oracle, Accenture, State Street Bank, Goldman Sachs, MasterCard, and multiple other freelancing companies. So these were my full-time jobs, and I've done freelancing for multiple other companies. Now let's get started. All right. Can anyone give me a quick confirmation if you can see the screen to like these slides? Thank you. All right. So the prerequisite for this course is you should have workable knowledge of core Java. Softwares that you should have is JDK 8 and Eclipse IDE. I would recommend Eclipse IDE for running the projects that I'll be teaching you in these 2 days, and specifically go for max to max version 2021-06. The latest versions of Eclipse IDE has issues with Lombok Framework. So if you're going to use that, you'll have to remove the Lombok annotations and use these projects. Then you should have some basic idea about Maven. It's okay even if you don't have basic idea about Maven. I'll explain you what it does. So let's start with the module 1, Introduction to Spring Boot. So in this module, you're going to learn like what is Spring Boot, why you should learn Spring Boot framework, difference between microservice and monolithic service, characteristics of Spring Boot, how Spring Boot is better than initial Spring framework. So what is Spring Boot? Spring is a framework. Boot means bootstrap. That means you can easily bootstrap your microservice applications by using Spring Boot framework. Now you must be thinking like, okay, it's a good framework. So it's a framework with which I can create microservices, with which I can create RESTful APIs. So why to use Spring Boot still? So we can do this with other frameworks also, right? So you should use Spring Boot because the applications that you build with Spring Boot are easily deployable on different clouds. So you can easily deploy a Spring Boot application on AWS cloud, on PCF cloud, on GCP, and on Azure. And in Spring Boot framework, it's very easy to configure database connectivity, performance matrices, and to create deployment files. So it's very easy to do these things, and it's easy to deploy the application that you build. And on top of that, the Spring Boot application comes production ready. Like you don't need to make any changes for deploying it. You can directly build the jar file of your application and deploy it. So that is why you should also learn Spring Boot framework. And the next thing is it's also very popular enterprise application development framework. And it helps you to write high performant, easily testable, clean, reusable, and maintainable code. And it's easily deployable on different clouds. All right. Now let's understand the difference between microservice and monolithic service. This part I'm putting for the students who have joined. So in monolithic service, you can imagine we have this architecture here. We have this e-commerce application, which has a payment functionality and add to cart functionality, which is part of the same web application. So these two functionalities are part of the same e-commerce application. And then we have a user interface. Now, if this e-commerce application goes down, in this case, both of our functionalities will go down. So this is a drawback in having a monolithic service architecture. Now, in a microservice-based architecture, we decouple these two functionalities into two separate microservices. Now, even if the payment application goes down, our customers will still be able to add the items to the cart, but they won't be able to pay and buy those items, but still they can add the items to the cart. And if the payment fails, they can try again after some time when this application is fixed, and they'll be able to purchase that item. So there is more business continuity if we use microservice architecture. And there is more decoupling also. As you can see in monolithic, everything is in same. So if this goes down, everything goes down. Here, even if the payment goes down, still we have add to cart running. So customers can still add the items to the cart, new items to the cart, and they can later do the payment. All right. Now let's learn the characteristics of Spring Boot. Spring Boot is an opinionated framework. Why there are some opinions about it? Because there are some conventions which we have to follow when we use Spring Boot framework. And there are some opinions again because there are less configurations. So some people say, okay, why conventions when you have less configuration? So that are the different opinions that different developers have about Spring Boot framework. Next, very good thing in Spring Boot is you start with something. So you don't have to write everything from scratch. We have Spring Initializer, which we can use to start with something. So it gives you a skeleton Spring Boot project on which you can tweak that application and build whatever you want to build. So you can tweak it later based on requirements. I'll be demonstrating how you can use Spring Initializer for creating a skeleton Spring Boot project. Next is the Spring Boot applications are standalone applications. So in your Spring Boot application, if you add a web dependency, you get the embedded Tomcat server, because of which your Spring Boot application turns into a standalone application. And your Spring Boot applications are also production ready because you can simply build the jar of your Spring Boot application and deploy it to any cloud. Okay, so before Spring Boot, there was an initial Spring framework, which was not that great. So let's understand how Spring Boot is better than that initial Spring framework. So that initial Spring framework was a huge framework. It had multiple setup steps and multiple configuration steps, and handling dependency was also becoming very difficult when that project grew. So all these drawbacks have been overcome with Spring Boot framework, because Spring Boot, what it does is basically it abstracts out these steps at a framework level. So Spring Boot at a framework level does a lot of configuration for you. So we don't even have to see those configurations or even have to worry about those configurations. So that is the advantage of using Spring Boot. And so as a developer, now if we use Spring Boot, we can focus more on the business logic rather than just focusing on configurations. We can now focus on the business logic, which is the biggest advantage of using Spring Boot framework. So let's quickly summarize what we have learned in this topic. So in this topic, you have gained a basic idea about what is Spring Boot framework and why you should learn it. Then you've also learned about what are microservices, what are monolithic service, difference between microservice and monolithic service. And you have also learned about the characteristics of Spring Boot framework. Then you have also understood how Spring Boot is better than initial Spring framework. Before we proceed to the next topic, which is introduction to Spring Initializer and creating a project with Spring Initializer. If you have any doubts, you can ask your doubts, or else I'll proceed to the next topic. Guys, if you're going to use IntelliJ IDE, in that case, I'll recommend IntelliJ IDE community version and 2020 version, because the latest version is not compatible with Lombok framework again. So guys, is everyone clear about the initial, like the Spring Boot framework, like the introduction part, so that we can proceed to the practicals? If everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat and I'll proceed to the next topic. All right, let's get started with this hands-on. As part of this hands-on, we're going to create a skeleton Spring Boot project by using Spring Initializer. Then I'm going to show you how you can set up your Eclipse IDE. So whenever you create a new workspace, what are the things that you need to do? Just a first time setup in your Eclipse IDE. Then we're going to import this generated skeleton Spring Boot project in the Eclipse IDE. So I'm going to show you the steps that you need to perform in order to import the generated skeleton Spring Boot project in your Eclipse IDE. After importing the project, generally there are some build issues. I'm going to show you some easy steps for fixing those common build issues. So let's get started with creating a skeleton Spring Boot project. So navigate to Spring Initializer. Any questions? All right. So this is the Spring Initializer. This is a web application which you can use to generate a skeleton Spring Boot project. Now let me show you what are the configurations you need to do here. So in Spring Boot, you can either use a Maven project or a Gradle project. So for this course, we're going to stick to Maven project. And the languages we have is like Java, Kotlin, Groovy. So we're going to stick to Java. And the Spring Boot versions, so this is the latest and the most stable version that we see here, which is 2.7.0. So you can choose this, or you can choose any snapshot version, or you can choose a previous version also. Then this is the group ID. Now, one thing you need to take care is your group ID and your package name should be same. So these two things should be same. And your artifact and the name should be same. Although it can be different, it doesn't matter. Artifact ID is the one, when you build the jar file, it will get this name, artifact ID name. And then this is the description about the project. Then is the packaging type. Generally, I choose jar, but some people use war also if they are deploying on a different server rather than the Tomcat server. Then we have the option of JDK version. So we can use any JDK version that we like. So I'll stick with Java 8 for this one. So I remember while deploying to PCF Cloud, they didn't had support for Java 11. So I had built an application, Spring Boot application using Java 11. So I had to fall back to Java 8. This was in 2020 when I had built a COVID application, coronavirus tracker application to help people around the globe. Let me share the repository with you. For building the UI, I had used time leaf dependency. So in Spring Boot, you can also build UI. Although I will never recommend you to use Spring Boot for building UI or any dependency in Spring Boot for building UI. Okay, use UI based frameworks like Angular or React. That is far much better. Okay. All right. So once these things are done, next is you can add dependencies. So I've shared the coronavirus link with you in the chat. You can refer this project once you've attended this 2 days training, because then you'll have context and idea about how Spring Boot application work. So you can just go through that project. All right. So once we have done all these configurations, we can add the dependencies that we need in our project. So very first dependency will be Spring Web. So what this dependency does is it gives us the embedded Tomcat server and it allows us to build RESTful APIs in our application. Next is DevTools. So we are going to use DevTools for rapid application development. Then is H2. H2 is our embedded database. Then is JPA. JPA helps us to perform CRUD operations onto our database. Then is Lombok, which helps us to avoid some boilerplate code. And the Spring, the Swagger Fox dependencies are not available here. So what we are going to do is we are going to add those dependencies manually. And these projects, I'll be sharing these projects with you, just these two and the other projects that I'll be teaching you tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll be teaching you these projects. So I'll be sharing these projects with you. You can refer these projects as a skeleton project, and you can copy the dependencies from these projects and use in your office projects, so that you don't have to waste time in discovering the actual dependencies or the real dependencies which work, or the compatible dependencies. So all that trouble you can avoid. Once you've done this, you can click on explore to explore the structure of your Spring Boot project. So this is how your Spring Boot project will look like. Once you have done exploring the structure, you can click on this generate and it will download this zip file. Once you have this zip file, you can unzip this file, and let me show you what you need to do. So let's go to downloads, demo. See, you can simply unzip this file. And you can open this. You can copy this path. You need to copy the path where you have your perm file. Go to your Eclipse IDE, click on this file, import, select your existing Maven project, click next, paste this path, hit enter, and you should see this perm file. This means it's correct. And then click on finish and it will import that project. Now I'm not importing that project because I've already imported the projects which I'm going to teach you today. But I just wanted to show you how you can generate a project from scratch and how you can import it into your Eclipse IDE. Okay, now that you know how to import the project, let me tell you the common build issues that happen. Once you import a project, you can have some common build issues. You will not see this structure. In that case, what you need to do is you need to right click here. Then go to Maven and click on update project. Then click this force update of snapshots and releases and click on OK. And then your structure will be fixed. Even after this, if your structure is not getting fixed, click on this project, clean all projects and clean. This will clear your Eclipse IDE cache. So these steps should fix your build issues. Then what you need to set in your Eclipse IDE is, like, before you import your project, I would recommend you to set up your Eclipse IDE properly. Once you've created this workspace folder and launch your Eclipse IDE, just click on this window preference, type here JRE, install JREs, ensure you have JDK 1.8 here. If you see something else like JDK 14, 16, 18, if you have some other, just select it, remove it, and click on this add. Select the standard VM, click next, click on this directory, go to your Java folder in your program files if you're using Windows, select your JDK, click this select folder, and you will see all your jar files here, and click on next and apply. In my case, I already have it here, so I cannot reapply. All right. Once this is done, your Eclipse IDE is set up. One more thing you need to do in the preferences, go to debug and uncheck this suspend execution on uncaught exceptions. You need to uncheck this because we are using dev tools, which will auto restart our application whenever we make some change in our application and when we save the file. So it will auto restart the application. So because of that, you need to uncheck this. Otherwise, you'll get that silent exit exception. Although you can just simply press the run button and your pointer will go ahead and that exception will fade away. But still, if you don't want to get irritated by seeing that exception, you can simply press this. This is your ID specific thing. So just uncheck this suspend execution on uncaught exceptions. All right. So that's all for this hands-on. As part of this hands-on, you have learned how to create a skeleton Spring Boot project, how to import this skeleton Spring Boot project, how to set up your Eclipse IDEs, how to fix the common build issues, like you need to do Maven update and you need to do Eclipse project clean to fix those common build issues. So let's go to the next hands-on. Before we go to the next hands-on, if you want to try to import a project, you can do that. You can download a project and import the project. Rather, I'll advise you to import the project that I'm going to provide you. So let me provide you the project repository link. So import these projects rather than the new project, because in the latest dependencies, again, if you import my projects, it will have little prior dependencies. So you might land into this like transitive dependency issues. So in order to avoid that, simply import this one. All right. Let me share the coronavirus tracker application with everyone. I think it just got shared to one of the participants. Okay. So I'll give you 5 minutes to import this project. Don't worry about the build issues. You'll get the build issues when you import these two projects. You'll get those build issues because you have not set up the Lombok. So generally for this one, you'll get the build issues. For that, don't worry, I'll be teaching you in the Lombok section how you can basically avoid or you can set up your Lombok and fix those Lombok compilation issues. So take 5 minutes, import these projects, and let me know if you face issues while importing the project, and ignore the compilation issues for now, because you'll get that since you have not set up the Lombok, the first time configuration of Lombok, which I'll be showing you in the Lombok section. And if required, I'll just show you that part so that you can have the fixed project in your local in the Lombok section. Lombok. Yeah, here. So I'll be showing this first time configuration. I'll show you right away if you're not able to properly import it. Okay, just let me know. Guys, everyone has received 1 minute. Let me share the project link with everyone. So I've shared the Spring Boot 2022 link with everyone in the chat. So you guys can try to import this one. Let me write here, import. So import this project. Once imported, you can write done in the chat and I'll proceed to the next one. Just import and keep, ignore the compilation issues for now, because that issues I'll teach you like here at this point how to fix them. Gayatri, if you're going to use IntelliJ, you'll land into different issues because we are using dev tools. In IntelliJ, you must be aware, like you don't need to save a file. Files are auto saved, so DevTools will miss React. Yeah, sure. So how to import? Let me show it once again. You can click on this file, import, select this existing Maven project, click next, click on browse, go to the folder you want to import, select your folder and click this select folder, and this should have your POM file, and this will be checked. Since I have already imported this project, it's not coming as checked here, but let me show you other project, day 2 project. So let's say I am importing this. So you'll see it like this, and you can click on finish and it will import that project for you. See. Eddie, I think now you should be able to import the project, right? All right. I'll move to the
By
next.
me, this a little bit different. When I click of import, the fence, the windows are different.
Eddie, let me help you out. Let me show you the Eclipse. Okay, you can do one thing. You can share your screen. Let me allow you to share your screen. Let me help you out with the import part so that even others can see the import for Eclipse ID, which is just set up. Yeah, click this hide button here. Let me see if I can annotate on the screen.
Please.
Yeah, you can close this import. Just make it full screen first of all. Make Eclipse ID full screen. Yeah, click this hide button here. Hide that play icon on the right side.
Hi. That one.
Yeah, close this welcome tab. Yeah. Before you have just set up your Eclipse ID, right? First of all, show me which version you are using. So click on help, help on the right side, and about Eclipse IDE. Scroll down to about Eclipse IDE. So you are using the latest version. This version will not be compatible. Can you install max to max 2021-06 version, or 2021-09 will also work? In the latest, they have some issues with Lombok.
2020.
2021-06 max. Otherwise, you'll have to remove the Lombok from the project, which you won't be able to do as of now until you understand the structure of the project. Yeah, these will work.
Every time.
For Java developers, you can rather choose enterprise version, like enterprise developers one. But this is also fine. I think this should work. Download that this folder, this project. See, enterprise Java and web developers.
That one? Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't come.
Click on the download. Guys, install max to max 2021-03 or 06 version.
That is the version.
Others can also download the same version, 2021-03 or 06, not 012. Let me write it in the chat.
Me?
No, I'm talking with others in the chat. You are doing right. You're downloading the right.
Sorry to interrupt, can we use Spring Tool Suite?
You can use Spring Tool Suite, but again, that will not work with Lombok.
It doesn't support Java 8, I guess.
It is to support Java 8. Like 2 years, 3 years back, I had used Spring Tool Suite with Java 8, but
Okay.
it will not work with this Lombok. I think Lombok plugin is not there for that.
Okay.
That is why I'm preferring this. IntelliJ is also good, but then DevTools you won't be able to use.
Okay.
So that's why I'm going with this exact setup.
Yeah, even I will install the Eclipse. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know why in Eclipse latest version, there are a lot of changes in the latest versions. I'll tell you what are the changes. In Eclipse latest version, Lombok support is not properly configured, or maybe no one has properly figured out how they can make Lombok work in the latest version of Eclipse.
Okay.
Anna, you're correct. We use Lombok for generating getter setters in the background, toString, all arcs constructor, even builder design patterns. So it's very useful. Rupali 2029 version will work. Don't worry. Any older versions are proper. Like just the combination of dependencies that I've used here are not compatible with the latest version, because in the latest version they have not properly provided support for Lombok. I don't know in which version they'll provide, so I keep testing whichever latest versions are launched for IDs also, like if it's compatible now or it was compatible to which point. You can give the proper group ID and artifact ID. So we are building a bookstore application as part of this first day fundamentals. But that is fine. I mean, in the imported project, you'll see it, the imported project of this one, the Git repository, which I have given you. So today we are going to design a bookstore application. So it will store different bookstore data in it, like different bookstore with the bookstore names and the books that that bookstore has. Can you do one thing? Rather than importing this project, can you import the project that I have provided you?
Me?
Yeah, you. Eddie,
Origi.
do one thing, check the chats. In chats, let me just repaste it. Import
That one.
this project. Day 1. Yeah, unzip this, open this folder, open this, open day 1, open this Spring Boot bookstore design, open this, copy this path, yeah, go to your Eclipse IDE. You have set up, you have downloaded, right? Just create a workspace here, launch your Eclipse IDE.
And the whole or the new?
Just wait for it to launch. It takes some time.
Yes, I wait. I have to scream. That is the reason you don't see maybe you launch.
Got it, good. So can you drag the Eclipse to this screen, the screen which I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm just going slow in the start. Later, I'll increase the pace of the training once you have a good foundation. Eddie, before you import the project, you need to set up the things like go to window preference, set the proper JDK 8 and that debug suspend execution. Just uncheck that. Just write here JRE. Type above. See, type file text. Just don't search like this. Just type the JRE. Okay. Now click on installed JREs. Select this, remove. Select it first. Click on it, remove. Click add. Click next. Click directory.
I'm not sure that I have.
Go to your C, program files, Java. Click P. Yeah, just hit P. Where is program files? Where do you have Java installed? Here is the Java. Okay, I saw Java. Just open this. Where is JDK 8? Okay, this is JDK 8 1.8.0311. Select it. No, this is JRE. Where is JDK 8? You don't have JDK 8 installed. This is JRE. This is runtime, not libraries. You need to install JDK 8 also. Okay, Eddie, I think you can do this setup. You need to install JDK 8, add JDK 8 here, and then import the projects. So, Eddie, you can stop sharing your screen. Meanwhile, I need to proceed further. I'll come back to you in the break to fix
Okay,
your.
thank you.
All right. Guys, this much is clear, right? What I've shown to Eddie. Um, 1 minute, guys. Let me see. All right. Let's go back to slides. Let me share my screen. Okay. So this part is clear. And the Lombok related compilation issues you learn in the further session how to fix that. Let's start with DevTools. Let's understand what are DevTools and how to configure and use DevTools. This is batch 2. Okay, so this is your Spring Boot project. Let me give you a walkthrough of this project first. So here I've created this project. This is your main directory. This is your resource directory. And this is your POM file. I'll start by explaining you the POM file. Then I'll explain you the DevTools. So here you can see we are using the Spring Boot version 2.5.6 because this version is compatible with all the dependencies which we have used in this project. The latest versions like 2.6.3 and 2.7 on, they are not compatible with Swagger Fox dependencies because Spring Boot guys, I don't know why they have some problem with Spring Fox in the now. So they are recommending to use Spring like some other API tool rather than Swagger Spring Fox. They are recommending to use Swagger, some other Swagger building dependency. So there are open API and other dependencies in the market which you can use. But for this course, I'm going to stick to Spring Fox because it's the most easiest one to configure. Yeah, open API. Sure. Guys, can you see the font? Is the font size good enough now? All right. So this is your parent tag. So we are using version 2.5.6. This is your group ID, com.microstream. And you can see the package name, the base package name. This is your base package because it has your main class. This base package name and this group ID is the same. And you can see this is your config package. So you can see the naming. This is your base package. And the other packages are named like base package name dot your other package name. Like this is dot config. This is your base package dot controller. Base package which is com.microstream dot entity. And similarly dot exceptions dot model dot repository dot service IMP. So this is a naming convention which you need to follow. Why you need to follow? Because when Spring Boot application starts, it starts loading the classes from the base package and it only reads the sub packages of the base package. So what are the sub packages of this base package? These are the sub packages of this base package. Because if you open the folder, it is like you have a com folder inside which you have a Microstream folder inside which you have these folders. So it will only read recursively at this level. Like it will just read this class, this class. If you create some other package like let's say com.microstream.config, let's say com.micro.config, it will not read that package, because here in the POM file you can see what group ID you have given. So from this group ID, it will start the component scan, and from where it starts the component scan, it only loads those classes into the Spring container. Don't worry too much about it. Just remember your group ID and your package name should be same, and the way you name your packages should be your base package name dot your other package names in Spring Boot. Next, here you can see like artifact ID, description, and the properties. We are using JDK 8, so java.version property. Then is the dependencies section. Here you can see we are using actuator dependency, JPA dependency, web dependency. DevTools is what we are going to focus on. Let me remove DevTools first so that I can show you how this application behaves when you don't have DevTools, and how application behaves after you have added DevTools dependency. All right. Then we have the Lombok dependency, starter test dependency. Don't worry about this dependency. We are not going to write any JUnits as part of this course. Then we have the Spring Fox dependencies. So these are the two Spring Fox dependencies, Spring Fox Swagger 2 and Spring Fox Swagger UI. And these are your plugins. So this comes automatically when you bootstrap your application using Spring Initializer. So this is the structure of your POM file. And here is a README file, which I have added, in which I have mentioned a Stack Overflow link, which explains the dependency conflict between Spring Boot latest version, which is 2.6 or 2.7 with Swagger Fox library, because they recommend using Open API now. Maybe in the later versions of Spring Boot, they'll again allow and fix that conflict which they have with Swagger Fox dependency. Okay, so let's get started with DevTools. Now in the POM file, you remember I've basically commented out the DevTools dependency. So we don't have DevTools anymore in this project. All right, let me just comment these things out. Let me just remove only. Okay, you can ignore the other parts. I'm not going to comment out these things because we'll have to comment out a lot of things. So this is your main class. And since it's a main class, this class is automatically annotated with @Spring Boot application when we bootstrap this project from scratch. Ignore this @SLF4j for now. This is the main class. It implements the command line runner interface. And from this, we are overriding the run method. So on our application start, whatever we write here will run. Okay, whatever we write here will run. So let's say hello world. Let's start this application now.
Samarth, sorry to disturb you. I have imported the application, but it is giving an error, means a compilation error.
Correct. So that errors you're getting because we have not yet set up the Lombok. I'll be teaching you how to set up the Lombok as part of this section, Lombok section, first time configuration of Lombok.
Okay.
Rest you're using Eclipse IDE and the recommended versions, right? Like any version 2021 0609 max.
No, the rest of the things are same.
So don't worry about that compilation issues. There is a very complex setup which I'll be helping you to do in that part, in the Lombok first time configuration section. Okay. All right. Now we have added this. Let's see how to start this application. Simply right click, run as Java application. This is how you start a Spring Boot application. You go to the main file, you do right click, run as Java application. So you can see my application has started. It's running on port 8084. If you'll start your application, it will run on port 8080. That's because I've configured something. I'll show you that configuration later. Main thing that you need to focus on is this. So as soon as my application was started, whatever I have written here in the run method has got executed, right? I can see the hello world here. Now, what if I say hello world, how are you? Now this file is not saved. How do you identify if this file is not saved? You'll see this asterisk symbol here. This means that this file is not saved. Now, if I save this file, will it restart the Spring Boot application and print here hello world, how are you, or will it remain like this? What do you think?
It will not, because you commented the DevTools.
It will
Correct.
ask, before executing, it will ask to store this file in Eclipse.
No, it's nothing like that. Let's say I want to save this file. I've saved this file. See, this file is saved. Asterisk symbol is gone, but still it's not printing this hello world, how are you? If you want this to be printed, you need to stop the application and relaunch the application.
So basically, somewhere here we need DevTool to WhatsApp the latest class.
Correct. So I'll be coming to that, Vijay. I'm just showing right now what is happening in Spring Boot before we have DevTools. Then I'll show how DevTools helps us to automatically restart the application.
But I have one more query, like what is the use of Spring Boot application? What it does internally?
This basically marks this file as a main file. And this comes automatically when you bootstrap a project from scratch, because this is the annotation which says, okay, this is your main file. This is the starting point of your application. So if you see, this is a combination of few more annotations. It's combination of Spring Boot configuration, enable auto configuration so that you can use @auto wiring, which I'll be coming to in the later sections. It also enables component scan, and this few are the normal annotations, like you have like target is value, type, and retention. This you can ignore. These are the main one, the first three. Okay, now you can see when I restarted the application manually, I'm able to see here, hello world, how are you? So every time I make a change, I'll have to stop the application and restart the application, right? So if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to manually restart the application on every change and saving of file, you can automate this by enabling or by adding the DevTools dependency. So simply by adding the DevTools dependency, this will be automated. Now I've added the DevTools dependency. Now I'm going to start this project. Whenever you uncomment any dependency, just ensure on the right hand side you don't see anything, because whenever you uncomment, it again adds it on the build path. So it again adds it here to your project. Okay. Once this part is done, then start your application. Now let's start our application. Now we have the DevTools dependency enabled. So we are starting our application in run mode. So for starting the application in run mode, I simply did right click, run as Java application. If I want to start this application in debug mode, I can simply do right click, debug as Java application. So for run mode, run as Java application. For debug mode, debug as Java application. Okay. Now you can see our application has started, and I've started this application in run mode, and it is printing, hello world, how are you? Now let's say I want to put a question mark here. And if I save this file, now that I've added the DevTools dependency, and I've not saved this file yet, you can see this asterisk symbol here. When I'll save this file, this asterisk will disappear and our application will automatically restart. Let's see this in action. So you can see Spring Boot application has automatically restarted. And you can see this question mark here. You're seeing this change is getting reflected because our application is automatically restarted. And our application is automatically restarted on saving this file. How this is possible? This is possible because we have added the DevTools dependency now. So guys, do you understand the use of DevTools dependency now? Is it clear like what DevTools is doing for you? How it's helping to make our life much simpler as a developer?
Yes. It automates the thing which we have to do manually.
Correct. So it automatically restarts the application for us. So we can quickly test and write the further code. So basically it's just helping us to rapidly develop our application. One thing to remember, it's not adding any value to your production application. So just comment the dependency and create the jar and upload to or deploy your jar on whichever cloud or on-premise you're using. because it's not going to add any value. It's not going to break also anything, but it's not also going to add any value to your jar, the deployed running application. It's just good for your development purpose. That's why the name dev tools, like developer tool. All right. So as part of this session, you have learned how you can leverage the power of DevTool and enable rapid application development and enable rapid functionality verification. So you saw how rapidly we could verify something, right? We can add a new line. We can add, let's say, hello DevTools. So whenever we save this file, we can verify our change by printing or logging it. And we can proceed by writing, we can remove this log statement, write the further record, or keep this log statement for now and do the cleanup later on. So you can see how fast we can verify our changes. So this is the advantage of using DevTools. Now we'll be moving to the third module, performance monitoring with actuators. Before we move to this module, if everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll proceed to the next one. Joe's manual, don't worry about this POM file issues that you're getting. Okay, you're getting this non-resolvable POM. So tell me one thing, have you imported this project which I have said, or have you imported a new project? Josh, you can unmute and talk. This non-resolvable POM issue will be gone if you do right-click Maven update, but the compilation issues will be there. So don't worry about them. Ignore them for now. I'll be coming to how to fix them in the Lombok section. All right, let's move to the next topic, which is performance monitoring with actuators. We'll start with this hands-on. Understanding actuators and its health endpoint. So as part of this hands-on, I'll be teaching you like how you can inject the actuator dependency, like basically which dependency you need to add to your POM file. Then you're going to understand the health endpoint that is offered by the actuator, the default health endpoint, and there is also a detailed health endpoint, which is also offered by actuator, but it's by default disabled. And I'll be teaching you the configuration to enable it. Then the practical industry scenario where you should use actuators. And basically, it's basically just used for health checkups. Okay. So if you deploy your application on EC2 and you don't want to give that access to your developer, let's say you're a cloud engineer and you have deployed a Spring Boot application on EC2 and you don't want to give access of EC2 machine to your developer to check the application status for any security reason, what you can do is you can just ask the developer to enable health endpoint and they can hit that health endpoint. You'll give them your EC2 host URL and they'll use that and use the health endpoint to see if your application is up and running. So that's one of the practical industry scenario. It's basically for health check of your application. Okay, let's get started. So let's move here. Let's close this file. Let's minimize this. Our application is currently running. So we already have the actuator dependency here. Let's go here. Let's open the application.property file. Let me first terminate the application because I'm going to make a lot of configuration changes. One more thing, DevTools is good for your code changes, but whenever you make configuration changes, sometimes DevTools won't be able to reflect those changes. So I would recommend for configuration changes, to ensure your configuration changes are done correctly, manually stop and start your application. So let me comment out few things here for now. Okay, now when I start this application, it will run on port 8080. That's the default port for your Spring Boot application. So here you can see our application has started on port 8080. It took 17.938 seconds to start this application, and it has printed whatever we had added in the print statements which we had added in the run method in our main class. Okay, coming back to the actuators. Now that we have added the actuator dependency, let's go to browser. Let's open a new tab. Let's type here localhost :8080 /actuator. So this is your actuator URL, and here you can see all the actuator endpoints. So these are the actuator endpoint itself, the health endpoint, and a health path. All right, let's check this health endpoint. So here, when you hit this health endpoint, it will give you the status. The current status of our application is up. That means our application is running. If our application is not running, or if it is having some problem, if it is not running, it will return you 404. And if it is having some problem, it will give you down. Okay. And if you want to see something specific, if you have multiple values here, which I'll be showing how you can have, you can simply write, okay, not like this. Let's see here. So we'll come to that path one in the detailed health endpoint. For now, you can simply see, like, you can click this, although we just need to write /status and it should just simply print up, but it's giving error for now. So you can just stick to this one to check your health. This is your basic health endpoint. Now, how to enable detailed health endpoint? So this is your default endpoint, which just gives you this simple status as up. Now, if you want to enable detailed health endpoint, this is the property that you need to add in your application.property file, which is management.endpoint.health.show-details equal to always. Now I've saved this file and I'll go back here. I'll refresh this page and you'll see now this is giving a detailed response. Why are we getting detailed response? Because we have enabled the detailed health endpoint. So we can see the status, we can see the other components. We can see we have a database in this application, and that database is H2 database. If you're using Postgres, you'll see Postgres here. Using MySQL, you'll see MySQL here. We'll see the status of your database also. If your database is down, let's say you have used AWS RDS database, and there is something gone wrong on the infra side in AWS, and your RDS is broken. So it will say status is down. And you can see your disk space. So this is the disk space of my laptop, and you can see the ping status of your application. All right. So this is the detailed response which you'll see if you enable the detailed health endpoint. Now, what's the practical industry scenario where it should be implemented? Let's say you're going to deploy this application onto some cloud. If you deploy this application on AWS cloud or GCP or Azure or any platform as a service clouds like PCF, in that case, this endpoint will help you to very quickly check the status of your application. If your application is successfully running or if it has crashed, you can check by hitting this endpoint. Only thing that will change will be, right now it's local host, then it will be the host URL of your EC2 or your other remote server machine, your cloud server machine which you have used. And again, yeah, obviously you'll have to set up the proper security group, inbound rules and outbound rules to allow it to check for hitting that endpoint from your laptop or from your IP or from a specific IP address. Okay, coming to this one. So this is done. So as part of this session, you have learned how to configure and implement actuator. You've also learned how to access the default actuator health endpoint and how to enable detailed actuator health endpoint. Then you have understood where and when you should use it in enterprise applications. So you should use it always in your enterprise applications, because in enterprise applications, we generally create those applications to deploy those applications, right? And whenever we deploy, we also want to have some health check. So we can quickly do a health check of our application by using the actuator health endpoint. If this is clear to everyone, you can write clear in the chat. I'll proceed to the next one. All right.
Can we use the actuators for the third-party application, wherein we don't have the access to codes?
If you don't have, yeah, what you can do is, if you write, let me think, it will have to be an innovative solution. What for your use case you're recommending, like asking, you'll have to, if you're using third-party application, let's say they have some APIs, okay? So what you can do is, don't need to use actuator health endpoint because it's for your own application. But what you can do is you can build a custom health endpoint for that. If those applications have some APIs, you can hit those APIs from your Spring Boot application. You can create your own API, which will be third-party health check API. You'll use that API to hit that other application API. And if it is returning 200, that the status is up. So what you can do is, if it is returning 200, then you can return like status up. And if it is returning 404 and some error response, you can just parse that error response and just return the proper error response. I mean,
Okay.
health actuator is for checking your current application matrices.
Okay.
For third party, you can write your own API to hit that API, like inter-process communication, and return the status of that third party API. And if it's some SDK, you can again hit and you can see if you're getting some exception, you can return in your API that, okay, something is breaking on that third party, and whatever error you're getting, you can print that. We can again use exception handlers that you'll be learning as part of the last module to provide some specific exception handling rather than that entire stack trace.
Okay.
All right. We'll do this hands-on, then we'll take a 5-10 minutes break, and then we'll continue with the other hands-on. So actuator info endpoint. As part of this hands-on, you're going to understand what are actuator info endpoints. And by default, you can see here, actuator info endpoint, you can't see here, right? Because it is hidden. So by default, it is hidden. You need to enable it. So you're going to learn about the property that you'll have to use to enable it. And then we're going to implement info endpoint. Like as the name suggests, what do you think when you hear the word info? Info means information, right? So when you'll hit this info endpoint, it should return you some custom info, which you'll be setting for your application. That custom info can be relevant info for your application, like who's managing your project, who should a third party person reach out if, or some other person who's using your API should reach out if your application is breaking or if they have some query related to your application. So all those information we are going to pass as part of the info endpoint. In the practical industry scenario is that only if your microservice applications will be used by different teams in your company. Let's say you're working in a big MNC, like let's say some people here are from Accenture. You're working in Accenture, there are lakhs of employees. And let's say you are in a very big project. Let's say you're working in JPMC project or some other investment banking project. Okay, so there you'll have like multiple employees, 5,000 employees, in which 100 employees, or let's say some 300 employees will be grouped together to handle one project. Now, all these microservices that they are handling are having inter-process communication with each other. Now, let's say your microservice itself is communicating with 100 other microservices in your same project, okay, or maybe some external project. So in that case, if you want to see who's handling those microservices, you can hit those microservice info endpoint if they have enabled it, and you can get the person name or the manager name or the product owner name or the application owner name of that application to reach out to and get your issues fixed or get your issues reviewed. So that's the practical industry scenario where you should use info endpoint. Whenever you want to provide some information about your application, or whenever you have a microservice based architecture and multiple teams in your company. Okay, let's get started. So in order to enable actuator info endpoint, we just need to add this property, which is management.endpoints.web.exposure.include. Since we want to include only health and info endpoint, we're adding health and info. Okay, let me show you what will happen if you just write info here and if you don't write health here. In this case, if you remember, health endpoint was by default enabled, but since we remove health from here, it will become disabled. So if you hit this, you'll only see info endpoint. So when you add that property, your info endpoint is enabled, but your other default endpoints which were visible have become disabled. So now you need to add info also over here. Now that you have added info here, your info endpoint will be enabled. Let's wait for DevTools. All right, refresh. You can see now your health endpoint is enabled and your info endpoint is also enabled. So whatever you write as a value to this property will be enabled. If you want to see all the actuator endpoints, you can simply write here asterisk symbol, and this will enable all your actuator endpoints. Although it's not a good practice, never do this for your prod and UAT profiles. It's okay for your development purpose. If you refresh here, you'll see there are so many actuator endpoints. You can even download the thread dump of your application, heap dump of your application if you want to do some performance testing of your application, like how much memory it is utilizing, and improvise or optimize your application. You can use some JMeter or some other tool that you have. Although I think JConsole also we have in JDK. So till JDK 8, it's also offering some inbuilt tools. If you guys are interested in optimizing the performance of your application, I remember using it. I think JConsole. Correct. Let me bring it here. See, this is JConsole. Here you can simply select your application and connect to your application. Ignore this. And you'll see like heap memory usage of your application, threads in your application, CPU utilization, memory, like heap memory, non-heap memory, then different things. This is your old gen. So see, Eden survivor space, Eden space. You can use this also for threads. You can use thread hero, like multi-thread hero, or some other tools are there, okay, for your thread dump to visualize. So you don't have anything inbuilt, but for at least for this, you have this. I think you can detect deadlocks also from here. Let me try. I remember we can even detect deadlocks also from here. If you go to threads, you can click this detect deadlock and you can detect the deadlock thread and you can solve that deadlock. So these are the kind of automations which you can do. Coming back to the info endpoint, now that I've shown you how to enable all endpoints, I don't want to keep it like this. I'm going to revert this change and only keep info and health endpoint enabled. Let's refresh this. Guys, this property is commented. This asterisk means it's commented. All right. Now we have enabled the info endpoint. Let's open the info endpoint. You see, I'm getting an empty response. Why am I getting an empty response? I'm getting this empty response because I have not configured my info endpoint. In order to configure the info endpoint, I'm going to uncomment these lines. So what I'm doing here is basically, I'm writing here info.project.name, bookstore design, info.project.team, Microstream, info.project.instructor, my name, and environment local. Now that I've added this over here, now if you go back, if you hit the info endpoint here, you'll see it like this. So now you understand how you can provide custom information about your application by using info endpoint. If this is clear, you can write clear in the chat and I'll proceed to the next hands-on with a quick 5-10 minutes break. What about others? All right. So we're going to take a 5-10 minutes break, and let's take a 10 minutes break, and then we'll continue with actuator matrices endpoint. So let me put the timer. See you guys after 10 minutes.
I have one question actually. Initial at the stage of the training, right? You asked to disable the one checkbox for the exception. Can you show that once again in the Eclipse? Okay, yeah, thank you.
Hello, Samarth. Gayatri here.
Yeah, hi. Pankaj.
Hey, I had one query. Just pinged in chat box as well. There are multiple profiles. There is a prod profile as well. It was by default enable because I did not actually commented out that profile, active profile as a prod. And can you go back to the application prod.properties once? Thank you. So inside this line number 15 is there, right? So context actually is getting up at app.app/check/app/app check.
Yeah.
So that was working fine. My server is up at 8084, but in this case, I'm not being able to access the actuators. Yes,
That
even
is
though.
because
Mhm.
this property has changed the actuator base endpoint from dash
Yes, it
actuator
would
to
be yeah. After check, I have to add the actuator. That's what you mean to say, right?
No, you'll have to write localhost :8080/app/check to access this. So it's like that property is basically changing this actuator to app. It is like changing
Check.
this actuator to app
Okay.
/check.
Okay.
That is what
Okay.
it is. So
Okay.
don't go to that. Just stick to the one which I have taught right now. I'll be
Mhm.
coming to all of that in the later. For now, just do one thing like comment this out and use the default profile only. I'll come to the profiling and those things.
Yeah. Okay. Because I could see that all the checks over there, but the actuator was not there. So the name context was only different. Other things are available with app check. So I got a little bit confused. Anyways, I am on 8080 right now. Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries. Hello guys, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. NASA said I was not audible, so I just wanted to
Yes,
check.
you are audible.
All right. So let's go to this one. We're going to enable matrices endpoint. Let's go to this. Let's add here matrices. Save this. Let DevTools restart the application for us.
We can't hear you.
All right, our application has successfully restarted. Let's refresh this. And here we have the matrices endpoint. Now, this is how the matrices endpoint looks from the latest version of Spring Boot. So what you need to do is, if you want to see your JVM memory, copy this, add a / here, paste, and hit. And you'll see the maximum amount of memory in bytes that can be used for memory management. You'll see this response like this. Now again, if you want to see, let's say, daemon threads in this application, you simply copy this, add it over here, execute. All right. So it seems like we don't have any daemon threads, or we made some spelling mistake. Let's copy that daemon threads. We have daemon threads. We will always have in Spring Boot, but let's check what we made wrong. JVM dot. I think we must have made some spelling mistake. Is it threads? Let's see. JVM dot threads dot daemon. Yeah. So I think I had made some spelling mistake. So you can see we are receiving the value here. So you just need to copy it exactly like this. If you make a typo, you'll get that 404 the way I got it. Again, I've made some typo, it seems. Let me just add a / and paste, and we are seeing the response here. Even if you add a single extra space, it will start to break, I believe. No, it's not breaking. So if you make any typo in this, it will break. So this is how you can monitor different matrices of your application, your CPU usage, start time, uptime, CPU count. The main things that I focus on is like threads, like live threads, peaks, thread states, daemon threads, memory. Mostly I focus on memory and the classes which are loaded. And if I'm getting that no class found, no class definition found, that all things, then I see this part like classes loaded, unloaded. for debugging that problems. So this is how you enable this endpoint. Now you're seeing this in a formatted way. Okay, now you're seeing these things in formatted way. Let's say you're not seeing these responses in a formatted way. So you're seeing this formatted because I've added some plugin. I've added some plugin here. If you're not seeing this in a formatted way, you can use any JSON, this beautifier online, JSON viewer or JSON beautifier. Just search like JSON beautifier and just paste your JSON here, and it will just come in a good format, a readable format. Or you can use VS Code also. So I prefer VS Code because in Office you just can't copy paste your matrices, right? It can have some confidential information. So in that kind of a scenarios, it will cause a security incident. So in order to avoid that, what I prefer is using VS Code. Just waiting for my VS Code to start. Let's say, still starting. Let's say you create a new tab, you paste the content here, and you save this file as a JSON file. And you select this part as all files. Now, once you've saved it, you can just do right click. Let's say this is not formatted. Okay, let me spoil the formatting. Let's spoil the formatting. Let's say this is all coming in one line. So you can just do right click, format document, and it will get formatted. You see how easy it is to format using VS Code, and it will keep your secret information also safe in your office work. So use VS Code local formatter rather than online formatter for your office work. If you don't have any confidential information, then use the online formatter, because online formatters even store your information in the backend. So this is done. So let's quickly summarize this. As part of this hands-on, you have learned about how to enable matrices endpoint and how to enable all the hidden actuator endpoints, and also how you can use VS Code IDE for formatting your JSON data, and also how you can use online IDEs or JSON beautifiers to format your JSON data. Now let's proceed to this one. I think Gayatri had a doubt on this, but she's clear now because she was using CRUD profile. So we are going to change the actuator base URL to a custom URL. So our actuator base URL is this, right? So we are going to change it from this to something like this, like instead of actuator, to have it like app/check. This is very simple with Spring Boot. All you need to do is add this simple property here, which is management.endpoints.web.base path/app/check. And it will change your base endpoint from actuator to app check. Now, if you go back here, let's close these extra tabs. This is the actuator base endpoint. If you hit this, you'll get 404 because you have changed this from actuator to app/check. 1 minute. So you can see our actuator base endpoint has changed from /actuator to /app check. So this was about this simple hands-on. Now we'll proceed to the next module, which is profiling. Lakshman has recommended a plugin. So I've also used a plugin only for JSON. I'll have to check my marketplace, which plugin I have used. So I can recommend you guys to use the same plugin. Chrome web. So you can check your plugins, which plugins you have installed. I have used some JSON plugin actually. I also don't remember, but I have used some JSON plugin. You can use like JSON formatter, JSON viewer, any of these plugins. Let's proceed to profiling. So I know this must be basic for majority of you who are very experienced, but this I'm covering for the students who have joined today's session. So different deployment environments in IT industry. So in different companies, we know that there are different environments, but for the students, let's keep it simple to these environments. So we have a development environment. This is where application development tasks such as architecting, coding, and debugging takes place. After development is done, then we have the test environment where we test our application. So this is where application testing is done to find and fix errors and to ensure that application meets the business functional requirements. After testing is done, then we have one more environment, which is staging environment. In some companies, they call it production-like environment, prod-like environment. And in service-based companies still generally have UAT environment, which is user acceptance testing environment. This is where your final testing is done by your business users or by your managers who have business domain knowledge to ensure that what developer has developed is as per the business expectation. And then you deploy to the production environment. And this is where your new business functionalities are deployed for end users. And your end users will refer to your application from your production environment. So as part of this session, you have learned about different deployment environments in IT industry. Let's proceed to the hands-on now. What is profiling? As part of profiling, we are going to implement these profiles: dev, test, UAT, prod. Then we are going to understand these profilings by changing the port number. So for dev, we'll set, let's say 8081. For test, it will be 8082. 8083 and prod 8084. So we are going to set the active profile and see how the active profile gets set. So I'm back to my application.properties. This is your local application.properties. And what you see here, application-dev.properties. This is your dev profile. Application-test.properties. This is your test profile. Application-UAT.properties. This is your UAT profile. Application-prod.properties. This is your production profile. Let's set the dev profile. So before we set the dev profile, just focus on this part. Whenever we'll set the dev profile, our application, when it starts, it will see that, okay, the spring.profiles.active has been set to dev. So what it will do is, it will read the properties from this profile and it will start the application on this port 8081. So here you can see now that I've set the active profile as dev, our application has started on port 8081. One key thing to remember when you are enabling profiling in your Spring Boot application is that your application file names should be in this format: application dash your profile name. Like it is application dash dev dash prod dash test dash UAT. So this is the format you'll have to follow. Now let's set the test profile. So if we set the test profile, our application should start on port 8082. Currently we have set the dev profile, so it's running on port 8081. Let's navigate to application.properties and instead of dev, let's write here test. All right, let's wait for the dev tools. Now you can see our application has started on port 8082. Why? Because we have set the active profile as test. And in test, we have the server port as 8082. So using this property, we can change the default port of our application from 8080 to this port. Now let's set it to UAT. And in UAT, our application will start on 8083. So here you can see this 8083. Similarly, let's set it to prod. Now our application should start on port 8084. You can see application has started on port 8084. So this is how you can create different profiles. If you want to create one more profile, let's say you want to create prod 2. Okay, we have created prod 2. Now we want to run this application on, let's remove this. This is only, this property is meant for your local profile. Let's say I want to start this application on server.port equals to 8086. Not 8085, also 8086. Let's set the active profile as prod 2. All right, here you can see our application has now started on 8086. Now you understand, right, how to create different profiles and how to set the active profile. So for setting the active profile, this is the property, spring.profiles.active. For creating different profiles, this is the file format. And for changing port number, this is the command. This is the property, server.port. If this is clear to everyone, you can write clear in the chat and I'll proceed to the next hands-on. All right, let me explain you one thing, like why we use profiling. So we use profiling to separate the cross-cutting concern logic of externalizing configuration into environment-specific properties. Don't go by this complex definition. One simple thing. For dev environment, we have a different dev database. For prod, we have a prod database. For test, we have a test database. So we want to, whenever we want to do testing in dev, we want to connect to dev database. So we'll configure dev database. Whenever we are testing in production, not testing, whenever we are deploying, we want the application to refer to the production database. So we refer to production database. Whenever we are testing our application in UAT, we want our application to connect to UAT database. So in order for our application to connect to different databases, depending upon environment, we need profiling. So that is the meaning of separating the cross-cutting concern logic of externalizing configuration. Now external configuration is what? Database. So for UAT, we want to connect to UAT database. For prod, we want to connect to prod database. And we are doing this with help of the application.property files, which is nothing but profiling in Spring Boot. All right, before we proceed to this, if you have any doubt, you can ask that. All right, if no doubt, let me open these commands.
Hi, Samarth. I have one question related to the profiling one.
Yeah. Which one? Hello.
Profiling.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you mentioned there is an active profile we need to set. Application.properties, you have hard coded the one.
Yes.
Can you put some glance on it? Because if my application, if this is the complete app I'm deploying on any of the servers like Dev or Q or UAT or anywhere, each and every time, are we going to change these application properties before deployment?
Yes, if you're manually deploying, then yes. Otherwise, you'll have to write some automation using GitLab, Jenkins, or any CI/CD tool where you set this profile value.
Dynamically, we can put,
yes, from the pipeline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, got it.
Okay, so for the next hands-on, I just need to refer to this notes. So guys, whenever you learn something new, always make notes and keep. This is how I work as a full stack microservice cloud architect. I don't remember each and every command. I don't by heart stuff. I make notes and keep, so that whenever I have to do the same thing again, I just refer to my notes. So this is how you can very easily work on multiple things. Okay, because you have a limited brain, you can't by heart all the things in the world, right? That would be inappropriate. So rather make notes, always make notes and refer to your notes and complete your task. Just remember which command does what and how that command works. That's all you need to remember. And when you see the use case, just apply it. So welcome to this hands-on test resolution for port already in use problem. So what is this hands-on about? I'll tell you first. So let's first see. Okay, so currently you can see our application is running on 8086. Let me remove this. Let me set it back to the default profile, which is this property file. Then the default port is 8080. So now our application will start on port 8080. Or rather, let me just build jar of this application. Let's do from here only. Here. So I'm just building a jar file of this application to simulate that scenario where port already in use issue will be there. I already had jar, but I'm just creating new jar. I want to show you the steps to create a new jar. As you've seen, like right click, run as, run configuration. You right click here, create new configuration. You select your workspace, your project basically, and you write your goal here. This is a Maven goal, clean install, which is used to delete if anything is there in the target, and install is basically for creating your jar file. So here it says build success. Our jar file is again created. We can simply refresh this with F5 or right click refresh. Let's open this path. Let's open command from here. Let's run this Java file, jar file. So I'm starting this Spring Boot application here. You can see in my Eclipse, the application has stopped. So you can see my Spring Boot application has started. Okay. Now, if I try to start it, let's say by mistake, you had started your application and your laptop got abruptly closed because of electricity problem or because of anything. In that case, the application will keep running in the background as a Java process. So it will keep running in the background as a Java process. Okay. You can terminate from here also. This one is the one, but I don't want to show you this one. I want to show you a proper way of terminating. The proper way of terminating is very simple. All you need to do is have this PowerShell, right click. Okay, let me show you the issue first. Now, what if this application you try to start, okay, after restarting your laptop, you try to start this application. You'll get a port already in use issue because port 8080 is already occupied. There is a Spring Boot application which is already running on port 8080 in your local. So here you can see it says web server. So we have the embedded Tomcat server in this Spring Boot application has failed to start. Port 8080 was already in use. So it is telling you what action you need to take. It's asking you to identify and stop the process that's listening on port 8080 or configure this application to listen on another port. How do you configure this application to listen on the port? You've already seen the solution. What is the solution, guys?
You can change the port to server.
Correct. Change the port number with help of server dot port equals to, let's say, 8087. Now let's start this application.
And if you are in like server port,
It should be port PORT.
Oh, type. Let me try to restart it again. So now you can see application is started on a different port. It is running successfully. Let's terminate this application and let's see how we can free that port that we want to run our application on. How we can free this port. One thing is, if you have this running, you can just see the Java process ID from here and kill it. But let's say you don't have this running also. In that case, how do you terminate? So you just need to open your PowerShell as administrator, like run your PowerShell as administrator, and then use this command. I'll share this command with you. Okay, let's try to paste. So you can't actually paste this command, so we'll have to type it out. And even a extra space or something you add, it starts to break. Okay, you can't even add this extra space here. It has to be exactly like this, what you see on this screen. That's why just make a note of this command and keep. You write your process ID. Here you need a space and process ID. So the process ID that we want to, the port that we want to, not process ID, sorry, the port ID. The port that we want to free is like we want to find the process ID of the port, which is like 8080. So you just write PID, find the process ID, which has this port 8080. So this is the command netstat -ano find str. Now it is giving you this PID, see 12700. Now simply you can use the kill command 12700. And it has freed your port, terminated your application. Here you see your application is automatically terminated. So it has been terminated because we killed the process ID associated with your application port. So your application was running as this process ID, like as this process. So we just killed that process only, your application process. If you face issue with this command, you can use this other command. So I generally work with this command. If I face issue with this command, I go with this task kill command. Let me share this with you. You have seen how to use it. This is for your Windows, or similarly for Mac, you'll have something else. So you'll have to figure out that. But in Mac, generally, you won't face these issues, like your process IDs will be properly terminated. All right. So this is about this hands-on. Is everyone clear? Like when you get that port 8080 already in use issue and how you can fix it? Like first is to change the port number. And if you don't want to use a different port, what you can do is you can free up your existing port. And how you can free is by using that netstat command, which you have seen here, this one. Is this clear to everyone? All right.
Yes.
Let's go to model design. So as part of this hands-on, you're going to design a model class. You're going to learn the package naming convention, although I've given you idea about the package naming convention in the first session itself, and what is component scan. So we are going to see these things. So we are going to understand, like as part of this hands-on, what's the convention that you need to follow when you're creating a new package name, and understand what is component scan and how it works. So basically your component scan is nothing but loading of your classes into the Spring container, and it starts from your base package. So we are going to create a Microstream class. This will be our Pojo class, and implement the concept of encapsulation, basically private fields and public getter setter. That is nothing but encapsulation, and generate the getter setters and toString and all args constructor and default constructor by using Eclipse IDE shortcut, not Lombok yet. First, we are learning what we can do with our Eclipse IDE. With Lombok, what I love is the builder design pattern, which you get out of the box. Okay, so first of all, let's close all so that we have a neat and clean view. So if you want to create a new package, and let's say we don't have these packages, we have just only base package and main class. So how you create a new package is you copy this base package name, right click, refactor, right click, refactor name, rename. You copy this base package name and you right click here, click on new package, paste this, and you write your package name. So this package is already there. So we can create like this, a new package, and click on finish. Okay, let me show you one issue that you get whenever you create a new package. Sometimes you'll get that caching issue in Eclipse. See, you're seeing this as a wrong structure. This is not actually, we don't want to see it like this. We want to see it properly, right? So in that case, you're seeing it here and here. What you need to do is right click and refresh, and it will be fixed. Now I just wanted to show you this common Eclipse IDE issue and how to fix it. That's why I created another package. I'll delete it off now. Okay, so this is your model package, and this is the Microstream class. Here you can see we have course name, course type, and let's keep it simple. Let's say we don't have these Lombok annotations as of now. Let's make it string. Let's fix the project. Let's make it string. Yeah, we need to have getter setters and everything. So let's generate getter setters and everything. The shortcut is Alt Shift S and generate getter setters. Select all. So I'm generating getter setters first. Now I want to generate all args constructor also. Let's say I want to generate constructor here. So if you don't remember this Alt Shift S shortcut, you can do right click, go to source, then go to generate constructor using fields, select all fields, click on generate. So you can see it has generated all args constructor. Now if you want to generate a default constructor, because you know in Java, if you create a all args constructor, Java takes away your default constructor. Unselect all fields and generate a default constructor. Now if you want to generate toString, again you can use the same shortcut, generate toString, generate, done. So we have generated a default constructor, all args constructor, getter setters, and toString for our variables for this class by using Eclipse IDE shortcuts. Now this issue will be resolved. Now let's fix this one also. Let's say we'll just pass. I'm just temporarily fixing it for now, just passing a string for now. Later we'll modify this code again. Let's fix this one also, although we don't need this one. So I'll tell you why I had created that one. Let's fix only this one. All right, we have fixed all the compilation issues. So this is your Microstream Pocho class. It has this course name, course type, instructor name, all as string data type. And these are private fields. And you can see that we have granted access to these fields with public getter setter methods. So this is your encapsulation concept in Java. And then we have created a default constructor, all args constructor, and a toString method. Forget this service class for now. Let's create an object of this class in a run method. So if you want to create an object, we'll just write here Microstream equals to new Microstream. I'm going to leverage the all args constructor to create an object in one line. The course name will be Spring Boot. Next is course type, it will be IT. Next is instructor name, which will be my name. Let's save this file. Let's format this file. Let's print this out. Let's start this application. So for starting, I have another shortcut, Alt Shift X, and then you press J and it will start your application. There are multiple shortcuts which you can use. Here you can see it has printed this Microstream object for us. So this is how you create a model package. So components can start from base package. That is why all your other packages that you create in your application should be your base package name dot your package name. Like right now we have this as a base package name, which is com.microstream dot our package name, which is model. We created this microstream Pojo class. We saw how we can use Eclipse IDE shortcut for generating getter, setter, default constructor, all args constructor, and toString. And then we created an object of microstream and we printed it. Simple, right? So this is how it is, and components can basically start from base package, and that is why you have to follow the package naming convention which I have taught you. And that is why there are some opinions about Spring Boot framework, that why do we have this convention that needs to be followed, because although this framework is very good, but there is this convention that we have to follow mandatorily. So as part of this hands-on, you've learned the naming convention of packaging in Spring Boot, like what are the package names, like what is the package name naming convention. So your package naming convention is this. Is it clear, right? This you need to remember, is very important for you to understand. Otherwise, you'll struggle with Spring Boot. Is package naming convention very clear to everyone what it is? Okay. Then you have also understood like how components can work. You don't really need to understand it. You just need to remember the naming convention, and REST components will do its job and load your classes in the Spring container, in your Tomcat container when it starts the application. Then we have also designed our model class, which is Microstream class. We have set the values to it also. We tested by printing that Microstream Pojo class. We also learned the Eclipse IDE shortcuts for generating our Pojo class methods. It's a very good shortcut which you can leverage to quickly code. Then we have also tested the model class with command line runner, right? We tested it over here. This we have already done. Now is this introduction to Lombok. Before we go for Lombok, let's take a quick water break of 3 minutes and then we'll proceed to Lombok. I hope everyone is back from the break. So introduction to Lombok Framework. So as part of this session, you're going to learn about what is Lombok Framework, what is the meaning of boilerplate code, and what it does. So what you see here, these getter methods, this all args constructor, this no args constructor, and this toString. This is your boilerplate code. So we have so much of boilerplate code in our application. Because with Lombok, we don't even need to write this. We can simply annotate our class with @getter, @setter, @toString, all args, no args constructor to generate all of this in the background. So that's why Lombok helps us. That is how Lombok helps us to avoid boilerplate code. It gives us the annotations which we can add to our Pojo classes, and all the boilerplate code is gone. Even for logging, it provides SLF4J annotation, which instantiates the logger class for us. So we even don't need to write that code of instantiating a logger class. So Lombok helps us to avoid the boilerplate code. I hope this is clear, right? What is boilerplate code and what Lombok helps us to avoid? All right. Let's go to the first, right? So that was the theoretical part at a high level, why you should learn Lombok. Now is the part like first time configuration for Lombok. This is very important now. This you need to pay attention to. So how to configure Lombok? What are the steps required for first time configuration in your Eclipse IDE? And how to confirm if Lombok has been successfully configured. Now be very attentive. Everyone has to be attentive. These are complex steps what you're going to see. Once you've imported the project, you can expand the Maven dependencies and you will see your Lombok dependency somewhere here. Let's spot the Lombok. Here is the Lombok. So this is the version 1.18.22. You need to see the path of your Lombok jar in your laptop. So this is where the Lombok jar is stored in my laptop. C user divya.m2 repository or project Lombok 1.18.22. Now we need to navigate to this path. Let's open a new tab. Let's go to C users Divya.m2. Inside Divya is .m2. Let's search for .m2. Here is .m2. Then is the repository. The repository is repository. Then is org. Inside org is project Lombok. Lombok and 1.18.22. This one. Just double click this jar file. Let the scanning complete. It will detect your Eclipse exe files in your laptop. It will take some time to detect, and if it's not able to detect in your laptop for some case, you can press the specify location and manually specify the path of your Eclipse IDE. You need to choose wherever you have stored your Eclipse IDE. Like if I want to check where have I stored my Eclipse IDE, I can simply use this, let's say this Eclipse, right click here, click on properties and see the path from here. So it's in users, Divya, Eclipse, and all the versions are there. So that's the default path. Let's open one more tab. Meanwhile, it is scanning. Okay, so you can see the scan has been successful in my local and it was able to detect. If it is not able to detect, you need to detect it the way I showed you, like go to the properties and see the path and manually specify the path of your Eclipse exe file. Once it has catched all the paths, so you can press on this install and update. That's all you need to do, and it will set up your Eclipse IDE. And then click on this quit install. First you click this, then you click this. I'm not going to install and update again because I've already done this for my Eclipse IDEs. So these are the different versions of Eclipse which I've installed: 2020.03, 2020.06, 2021.06. So that is how I know latest version is this one, because in 2022, when I tried to use Lombok, it was not working. So till 2021 versions, it is working fine. Till 06, I'm confirmed. 09, you'll have to try it out. And you can click on this quit installer. After that, Varun, you cannot install it from marketplace. You'll have to do it the way I'm showing you. Okay, there is no plugin. You can create a plugin and add to Eclipse marketplace. Now, if this jar file is not running like this, the way it's running in my laptop, okay, it's not popping up like this. In that case, you can open a command from here and just write java-jar and your jar file name, and it will load. So see, it has loaded now. So this is how it works. So these are the ways of popping that application, Lombok application. Then you need to find your Eclipse exe by letting it scan and detect. If it's not able to scan and detect because of some permission issue in your laptop, you need to manually specify the location of your Eclipse.exe file and click that install update and quit installer. Once this is done, then you need to come back to your Eclipse and you need to restart your Eclipse IDE. You need to literally close your Eclipse IDE and relaunch your workspace. Once you have closed your Eclipse IDE and relaunched your workspace, after that, you need to click this project, clean all projects and clean. So this is how you do it. Okay, now let me stop the application. So this is how you set up your Lombok. Now I'll give you guys 5-10 minutes of time to set up Lombok after importing this project in your local, because you might face some issues with which you'll need my help to understand and fix those issues. Gayatri, did you try this? I see you have got abruptly in between. I didn't understand. You can unmute and
disconnect. I got disconnected somehow. There was some internet issue. I actually got connected back, but the whole process I missed in between.
oh.
Do I need to run the jar? That's what actually you mentioned.
No.
Execute
You need
the
to
jar.
double click the jar. You need to double, not this jar. I think I closed that folder. Let me reopen it. So see users divya.m2 repository org project Lombok this. You need to double click this jar and run it. And if it doesn't runs like this, then you need to use java-jar command.
Okay, no issues.
And then it will detect like this. And if it's not detecting, you need to manually specify. Once it has detected, this checkbox is checked, you can click install and update. Once install and update is complete, you can click quit installer.
Okay, yeah. Let me try that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Space Viren, I have already shared the link. It's in the chat. You can read the chat. Let me just share it once again. I'm sharing this link once again. Guys, import the day one content from this link and configure the Lombok in your local. Let me share it with everyone.
Samarth, one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is actually not detecting my IDE, but I do have like STS I'm using right now in my system, but I have another workspace I have created in another drive, and the installation has been kept in somewhere else. So I need to give the path of that installation, right?
You
Eclipse
are using
installation.
Eclipse or STS?
STS.
STS I mentioned, it will not work with Lombok.
I have used it earlier, but I actually it is anyways internally Eclipse itself, right?
But it will not work with Lombok. I have tried that in the past.
Okay. It's an issue.
You will have to install Eclipse for this Lombok.
Okay.
Lombok is an external dependency. Now you can even use in your core Java Maven projects.
Yeah.
That is why. It's not Spring Boot specific. STS is designed for Spring Boot specific dependencies. So I'm combining all these things to, create a way to teach you a way in which you can rapidly develop your Spring Boot application, like very fast create a production ready application, and in a very efficient way, very neat and clean code and reusable code. These are the techniques actually. It's working for me on STS with Java 11. Okay, so Gayatri, you can check. Someone has tried to make it work with Java 11, and he said that it is working for them. He shared a link. Let me share that link with you. We shared a Stack Overflow Lombok not working with STS, and
Okay, yeah, I got that. Let me check on this. I am trying.
But I would recommend to use Eclipse, because when I created this project, I've created with this only, with the Eclipse. And I know the things, what can go wrong, what cannot go wrong, because these are all tried and tested things. See, here he has given the solution. This is also that only, like specify location. But try it out. If it works, it's good enough. So Sharad is saying steps are the same which I have suggested in STS also. Guys, if you're using IntelliJ, DevTools will not work for you. And for Lombok, you'll have to use 2021 version max, and you'll have to go to IntelliJ Marketplace and install the Lombok plugin. But as I recommended Eclipse IDE for this course, you should use that. But if you still want to use IntelliJ, then get that DevTools is not going to work for you. And Lombok plugin you'll have to use. And if you're using IntelliJ community version till 2021, it will work. And 2020 will also work, like Lakshman mentioned. But you'll have to install the plugin. Yeah, how to make sure that Lombok is configured successfully. So coming to this, guys, just pay attention here. Once you've performed all those steps and you want to confirm whether Lombok has been configured successfully, then you need to click on this help, then click on this about Eclipse IDE, and this will pop up. Scroll down here, and here you'll see Lombok. This is written Lombok v 1.18.6 version. MVS Ferret is installed. If you see this over here, this means that Lombok has been successfully configured and installed for your Eclipse IDE. If you don't see this, that means Lombok is not yet successfully installed for your Eclipse IDE. And after installing Lombok, if you face any compilation issues, do restart your Eclipse IDE and do project clean. That is mandatory. Okay, so Shravan has successfully done it. What about others?
It's done.
So 2 guys have done it. Okay, more people have done it. But there are still many participants. I see 10 participants who have successfully done it. We can take 2 more minutes. I'll just have water and be back. And in meanwhile, I hope everyone is done. If not done, then I'll clear your doubt and help you to configure Lombok. Okay, I see majority of the people have done it, but there are still many. Like around 12 people or 13 people have done it, but there are 63 participants. So just wait for few more replies, then I'll proceed further. Okay, that means I see few more replies. So majority of you have figured out, right? So let's proceed further. It's just me or anyone seeing this blue line on my screen? Hey, do you see this blue line on my screen? Okay, I know it's coming from some app which I just started. It's running in background. So let me see. Yeah, we can just ignore it. All right, let's proceed further. We stop sharing and reshare. Okay, it's gone. Something coming from Zoom only. So it's gone. Okay, let's get rid of the boilerplate code now by using Lombok annotations. So we are going to get rid of getter, setter, toString method, a boilerplate code, and also let's get rid of the other codes also. Like let's get rid of the default constructor and all acts constructor also. So let's open the Pojo class. Let's delete default constructor, all acts constructor, toString methods, and getter setter methods. Let's add the Lombok annotations. Let's add here @getter. This will generate the getter methods for us. How do you confirm? You can press Ctrl O to see the outline. You'll see that this class now has the getter methods. Let's write here @setter. Again, press Ctrl O. You'll see now our class has setter methods. If you don't remember Ctrl O shortcut, you can press Window, Show View, Outline. And you can see the outline here. Now let's generate all args constructor. You can see all args constructor is added. Let's set no args constructor, which is nothing, sorry, but the default constructor. So you can see default constructor added. Now let's generate toString. You can see toString has been added. So now our class has everything it needs. This is how you can leverage the Lombok annotations to have a neat and clean view of your file. All right, so this hands-on is done. So you saw how we can get rid of a lot of boilerplate code by using Lombok annotations, how you can view the outline of your class in Eclipse IDE. So this is also clear, right? Let's move to the next module now, which is understanding the controller tier. So as part of this module, first of all, this is a theoretical topic for the first part, in which I'm going to explain you the basics, and then we'll dive into creating APIs. So let's understand what are controllers, type of HTTP methods, mapping in Spring Framework, and what is dispatcher servlet. This is a very famous interview question. Practically, when you're coding, you don't even have to worry about this when you're using Spring Boot, but this is good to have for knowledge purpose and for cracking your Spring Boot interviews. So let's start by understanding what are controllers. So controllers are nothing but simple Java file in Spring Boot that are marked with either of the two annotation. Either it is marked with @controller annotation or @REST controller annotation. And in this class, you write your API methods. Types of HTTP methods and mapping in Spring Framework. So type of HTTP methods are get method, post method, delete, put, patch. And their respective mapping annotations in Spring Boot is for get method, @get mapping, for post method, @post mapping, and so on. So what is dispatcher servlet? So dispatches, so I'll explain you at a high level before going to this complex definition that you see here. So whenever you hit any API, let's say you hit this API, okay? So what happens? This request first goes from your browser to your Spring Boot application. So when your Spring Boot application is running, it has a dispatcher servlet. The request from your browser goes to the dispatcher servlet, and dispatcher servlet then goes to some controller file. So for this actuator also, there is some controller file which we don't see, but it is there in the background. So you can imagine you have this controller file now. So it will come here. It will try to match with these annotations. So from browser, you can only make get calls. So it will come and try to match with the get calls that you have here. If it finds something like app/check over here, then it will execute this method. That is how dispatcher servlet works. Now let's come to the complex theoretical definition. I've explained you practically what it does. It just delegates your request from your browser to your appropriate controller class method by matching the URL from browser to your controller class. So at the theoretical level, we say that it handles an incoming HTTP request and delegates the request to its respective controller mapping in controller file for processing and sending the response back. So let's say if it matches this one, it will send the response as this. So whatever is the return type of this method, that will be sent as a response for this API execution. That is how simple is the job of dispatcher servlet. And if it doesn't matches anything, it will say 404. And if it matches some URL, but the parameters are not matching, let's say this has some parameters, in that case, it will say 400 bad request. You'll understand that eventually when you'll start creating APIs and playing around with APIs. Now let's come to this part. So this is a hands-on. As part of this hands-on, you're going to understand the difference between @REST controller annotation and @controller annotation, and use of @get mapping annotation. Let's say we have created this controller class, which is Microstream controller, and we have created this API. Okay, let's comment this out for now. Let's say we have created this API, which returns a new Microstream object. Okay. So we have created this API. Get rid of this also. Let's get rid of this. Let's first understand how we can use @controller mapping annotation. So let's say we have this get API. We don't have any of that. This simple class with @get info API. So this is our class. Since it's our controller class, we have marked this class with @controller annotation. And this is our API method. So we have marked this with @get mapping, because this is the get API method. And this is the path. So whenever we start our application, and if we hit localhost:8080/info, it will execute this method. So when it executes this method, it will return us this Microstream object. Let's start the application and let's test this out. Let's set the application properties correct. So our application has started and it's running on port 8080. Guys, European guys who have joined today's training, what time, like Indian time, like right now it is 3:08. So after how much time do you want your 1 hour lunch break? $3:30. Right now it's 3:08 in India. So after half an hour, you want a lunch break? You can just write in the chat. At that time, I'll give you lunch break. Because this training is at European time, right? 9 to 4:30 something. Okay, so approximately after 45 minutes, I'll give you lunch break. Right now it is 3:09 in India. So like nearby 4, I'll give you lunch break of 1 hour. Okay, so here you can see we have created this API. We have started our application. Let's go back here. Let's hit info endpoint, which we have created. Okay, it's breaking. Let's see why it's breaking. It's saying 500. So it's breaking because we have used @controller, and here we have return type as object. So when you use @controller, and whenever you have return type as object, you need to use one additional annotation, which is response body. That's a drawback of this controller. It's not a convenience annotation. I'll come to the convenience annotation. Now that we have fixed, let's rerun, and you can see we are able to see the Microstream response back. Now, if you don't want to write this every time whenever your return type is object, you can use a convenience annotation, which is @REST controller. This annotation is a combination of @controller and @response body annotation. So if you use this annotation, you don't need to every time write @response body on top of your methods. So this is a convenience annotation. Let's see, let's hit this API again. And you're seeing we are still getting the same response back. So that's the difference between @controller and @REST controller annotation. So your @REST controller annotation is your convenience annotation because it's the combination of these two annotations. And @controller is whenever you use this, you also have to use this annotation along with it because it doesn't comes along with this. And this is a combination of two. So rather just use @REST controller annotation. In which cases you need to use @controller is if you're using time leaf and let's say you're using time leaf and you're returning something. Let me show you that use case.
Samarth, the output was in JSON format. How did it convert it? Is it like automatically it converts? Or
Yeah.
something
So
like
by
that?
default in Spring Boot, response format is JSON. If you want it in XML, you'll have to write a property here to have it in XML, like something application format or content XML. You can get that property by Googling, but by default it's JSON. So people prefer JSON only, right? We don't even care to get it in XML.
Right.
And can we change
So-
response to HTML as well in Spring Boot?
For
You mentioned that by default response is JSON and we can configure it to XML as well, right? So my doubt is, can we
Correct.
configure it to HTML as well?
HTML, now see for HTML, you can refer this coronavirus one. Here it is referring to HTML one. So it's redirecting from this, like the HTML files which I've created. Okay. So here in like this kind of cases, you won't use first of all @REST controller, you'll use @controller because you want to return a HTML as a string and which gets rendered onto your screen when you hit this API. You can refer to this one. I just wanted to show you the use cases when you're building kind of at time you use this. The specific very rare use cases where you'll need @controller. But in majority of the API based cases, you'll need @REST controller only. So see, first of all, you never major return HTML, but you can return HTML. It's a choice. You can simply return like something like, let's say, in HTML also you can just return JSON. It will work. Let's say. Something like bold tag in HTML, okay? Let's hit this. We'll see the bold text. It will automatically render. That is what I want to show you. See, you see this?
Yeah. Yes.
So you don't need to specify anything. Spring Boot is very smart. Okay, so that's about the GET APIs. If everyone is clear with this, we can move to the next hands-on. Everyone is clear, you can write clear in the chat. I'll proceed to next. Guys, font size is good enough now?
Yes.
Now let's create a post API and let's test a post API by using Postman. Let's say I'm creating this post API. And here you can see Yeah, let me just revert this. Okay, before we do this, let me see what have we missed something. Complex object creation is before or after? Okay. These things are covered. Okay. Then let's create a post API. So let me just comment this line out because we have not yet come to the service part. Let's create again inline. Let's make these parameters dynamic from API. So these will turn whatever you're writing here as this method arguments will turn into query params for this custom info API. That's the magic. Now you cannot execute your post APIs using browser. So either you need Postman or you need to configure Swagger UI for that. So let's first see the Postman as part of this hands-on. We're going to learn the Postman. I have installed Postman as a Chrome plugin. Okay, I've changed this to name. It should be instructor name. Okay, let's change it here also. Otherwise, I would have to modify that API. Okay, now this is created. So you can see like in the Postman, how have I created the API? I just select new, type as post. I write here local post colon port number /, go back here, copy this, go back to Postman, paste it. Then like this is the kind question mark course name, course type, and this is how we pass the parameters. Does it looks good? No, right? Like for space, you need %20. This is how you pass the parameters. Then you click send. And it is returning us the same response because we are doing that only. We're taking this as query params, setting it here and returning the same. So this is how you use Postman for testing your post APIs. Is this clear to everyone? Or you can use this params also like this. Now I think if you write a space, it should automatically replace. No, it's not replacing. You need to write this %20 manually here for space character. Okay, if it's clear to everyone, we'll proceed to the next hands-on.
Yes.
Now we are going to further cut down the boilerplate code of Lombok annotations also with the convenience Lombok annotation. Like you saw how @REST controller was combination of @controller and @response body. Similarly, Lombok also offers a convenience annotation, which is @data, and @data is combination of other Lombok annotations. So we can get rid of all this and we can write here @data. Now, if you place a mouse over it, you'll see @data is combination of getter, setter, required args, constructor, toString, equals, and hash code. But it is not it doesn't has all args constructor and doesn't has default constructor, right? So no args constructor. So just let's add this. So this is how we can avoid some boilerplate Lombok annotations. We have got rid of getter, setter, and toString because that is coming from here. Even equals and hash code is coming from here. And you must be aware, like a general interview question. If you want to
But
store,
let's say if we want to customize a two-string and hash code, so can we do that or no?
you want a custom toString and hash code.
Yes.
You can write your custom toString and hash code here. And rather than @data, you can use the normal annotations in that case.
Okay.
In that case, you are customizing, right? You don't want to go with the default one.
Right. Right.
You can write your own toString and equals and hash code.
Okay.
Just use the normal annotation. For what you want to use the automation, use automation. What you want to write your own, write your own.
Okay.
How these annotations are creating getters and setters for these attributes?
How it is creating is the framework. We don't have to worry about it. That's the framework, right? Who have built the framework have taken care of that.
Yeah, just some curious to know how it is doing that.
That they'll not release. That's their product, right?
Okay.
Why will they tell you how they have done it? Let's say I have created an automation recently in last 69 days. Like automation is in a like you use a cloud formation template and you run it, and my entire product will be deployed in your account. But how have I done it? I will never tell it to anyone, right? Because that's a company secret.
Okay.
I mean, how that entire automation has been written, what technologies are used, how it is achieved. That's the tricky part that we came up with the solution to, right? So they never tell how they came up with, they just give you the product. And if they want to make it open source, they'll put it open source and on the Git repo, the entire library. But I think Lombok is open source, but I don't know if they have some Git repo where they explain the libraries in Lombok. What you can do is, I think you can just decompile the Lombok jar and go through the files and try to understand how actually they have achieved this. Mostly, I think they must have used reflections inside. If I start using my head, it says they have used reflections inside. Because that's the only this, right, which allows you to do these kind of things in Java, to have that kind of control. So someone has shared a link. Okay, so it's open source. You can refer it from here. The source code is here, how it works. But they'll not explain you how it works. You'll have to go through these things. Okay. Okay, I hope this is clear to everyone.
Yeah,
And it's very
one small question. Does the Lombok, while this class file is compiled and jar is created, in the jar, if we decompile this microstream, do we see getter setter method or no?
you'll have to try it out. I mean, just decompile open the jar file with some decompiler and just see like if you're getting.
Okay. Okay.
I think it will be there. So it must be substituting these annotations with those methods. Because this works in like whenever you deploy also this works like this only. You don't have to do any changes. So I think it is internally when you compile it to class file, it is actually having that things, but all it is doing at ID level is it's hiding from us. That is why it needs that special configuration with the IDEs to hide it from us. But it's there in the background, right? You can see
Right.
here.
Right.
Just for us to have a neat and clean view of the code, this helps us. But it has a lot of code internally when it gets compiled.
Okay.
All the code which we do manually. All right, let's move to the next one. @builder, I'll come to that later on. So let's focus on this one right now. That's in the further modules. Understanding like Swagger API, how to build a Swagger UI and how to test APIs using Swagger. So as part of this hands-on, let's configure Swagger. Let's open the POM file. So here you can see I've already added the Swagger dependencies. So these are the two Swagger dependencies that we need to use. First is Swagger Fox 2 and Swagger Fox UI. And this is the version of the dependency which is 2.9.2. So go with this version. These two versions are compatible. This version 2.9.2 is compatible with Spring Boot version 2.5.6. But these versions and the later versions also of Spring Fox are not compatible with Spring Boot. They have some dependency issue, which they have not solved until 2.6.3. Not sure if they have solved in 2.7. We'll have to try it out and see. They'll not write about it also in the documentation. All right. So these are the compatible versions. That's why I've used this one, which is just 2 months old Spring Boot latest version when I built this project. All right. So you know the Swagger dependencies. Let's see the config. So I've placed the Swagger configuration in this config package, which is com.microstream.config. And this is the configuration class, Swagger config. So you can see, since it's a configuration class, I've annotated this class with @configuration and also with @enable Swagger 2. And let's comment this part out for now. Let's remove this part also for now, just to make it simple for you. So here we have this docket library API, and we are building the docket object. Here what you see is a builder design pattern, because in the end you see .build. So here we are writing new docket, setting the documentation type as Swagger 2. If you don't want to use Swagger 2, you can use Swagger 12 also. But let's stick to Swagger 2 for now. It's just a different ways or the color theme difference that you see on Swagger UI. And the group ID is something which you'll see on the Swagger UI. No need to worry about too much. Just give a relevant name as per your application design. So today we are going to build a bookstore design, APIs for storing bookstore data, different bookstores with different books in it. So that's why we've given bookstore API. Then we are selecting the APIs. So we want all the APIs which are in this controller package classes. So here we have given the path of our controller package. So here this is the controller file, controller package, which has these two controllers, bookstore controller, and it has Microstream controller. So we have just given this path over here, the controller package name. That's all you need to give. If you want to build Swagger UI in your new Spring Boot project, just refer this project, copy the dependencies, add it in your POM file, and copy this Swagger config, paste it in your POM file. Just ensure you give this package name as correct. This is very important. Otherwise, your Swagger page will come empty. Give a proper package, controller package name here. That's all you need. Once you've provided this, restart your application. Right now, DevTools has already restarted the application for me. And navigate back to your browser. Now here, use localhost /8080. Remember this URL /swagger-ui.html. I think you'll see this URL somewhere in the logs also, because in logs you have everything. So you'll see the Swagger URL here also. But you can just simply remember this URL. No need to search logs. Just remember it will be available on swaggerui.html. Now, this is the one which you have learned. This is the APIs which we have created as part of our last hands-on, right? We created info endpoint, which returns some hard-coded info. Now, how to execute? You simply click this. You click this, try it out. You click this execute, and it executes. And here is the response that you have received from this API and the HTTP code. So we have received 200 means success. And this is the response. And these are the response headers. And below are the other responses. This is just the API documentation. The example value, like kind of value which you should receive when you hit this API. And if you receive this kind of a value, you should receive HTTP code 200 and the other HTTP code and their meaning. Like HTTP code 401 means unauthorized, 403 means forbidden, 404 means not found, You can even customize this, but that is not part of this course. But if you want to customize, you can refer the GitHub repository that I have, like my GitHub repository. Here you can refer my last year's project. Just search here Spring Boot Fundamental SPF and refer these repositories. Last year I had built a library application. This year I've built a bookstore application. Code is similar only. Just the functionalities have been reduced so that it can be covered in one day rather than 2 days. All right. So this is how the Swagger UI looks like. Advantage of having Swagger UI is I don't need to go to Postman for testing my post APIs. I can simply write it over here. Here I don't even need to worry about writing %20. It will automatically substitute that. I can directly do whatever I want to do here, like directly pass this without worrying about the other characters, like write it like a normal English, no %20, nothing. Just execute and I'll receive the proper response. So isn't this Swagger UI much better than using Postman, where you have to take care of writing this %20, selecting post, writing it correctly? You see, this is automatically generated. It has read my controller file and automatically generated. It has read all the controller files in this package, like the bookstore controller, Microstream controller, and automatically drawn this Swagger UI on which I can just simply click and type and just test without having to use any of, like use my brain and figure out what this should be, what that should be. And I can see here the entire URL also. This makes our life much simple.
Is it open source?
Yes, open source. Only thing is, from the latest version of Spring Boot, there is a conflict issue. So they recommend using, rather than Swagger Fox, using Open API, which you'll have to figure out how to write the configuration. Like I have figured out for Swagger Fox, so I use Swagger Fox because I know with this I can rapidly develop my application.
Okay.
So this is done. So this is just some theory about Spring Fox. You understand Spring Fox dependency at a practical level, right? Because of adding that dependency and that config file, we are having this over here. So it's basically this is generating the API documentation. This is the API documentation. It helps we developers who rapidly test APIs, as you have seen how fast I could test this post API. It also bridges the gap between developer and business analyst, because business analyst guys can at least understand this when you explain what you are passing and what they are receiving, rather than on this UI, right? The business analyst will find this much simpler because it's more of English, and here you have to write %20, you have to write this question mark and all. So they would rather prefer this. So it bridges the gap between we developers and business analysts. Before coming to this, we'll take a 10 minutes break. Then we'll continue with this customizing API info. Before we take a break, let's see what all we have covered. We have completed module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 also, and module 8 will complete it shortly. Then what modules remain for today is like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, till 17. A lot of modules remaining. There is one more question. How can we use Open API instead of Swagger? You'll have to search the Open API Spring Boot on web and just use that like this, and you'll have to see if someone has created kind of a POC or something, and refer this and add that. Okay. All right. Let's begin this hands-on. I hope everyone is back. Let's begin this hands-on. Customizing the API info. So right now what you see over here, you see this bookstore API, but this is your API info. This is not customized, right? You're seeing this by default things. We're going to customize this info. So in order to customize this info, we need to write this method, API info, use API info builder, add a title, description, terms of service URL. So instead of this, whatever it is navigating us to, it will redirect us to this URL and the contact information. We'll see this contact information. So right now we don't see that, but if we add this, we'll see the contact information, the license URL and everything. Now here we need to add API info and call our API info method. That's it. Let's refresh. And here you can see this information is customized. So this is how you can customize the API documentation information by using API info method. And this is the code for that. You can directly refer it, customize it as per your application, provide a title, description, terms of service URL, contact information, a license text that you want to see, and the URL that it will redirect to, and the version of your license. That is how simple it is. Okay. Before we begin this hands-on, if European guys want a lunch break right now, you can let me know. I'll give a 1 hour lunch break for you guys. Then we'll proceed with the next one, which is this module 9, advanced concept implementation in controller tier. Like in this, after this lunch break, you'll learn about, after your lunch break, you'll learn about builder design pattern, how you can use or implement builder design pattern for your Pojo classes, how you can implement constructor injection pattern, telescoping pattern, and various other design patterns, and how you can use them in the Spring Boot project. So if you guys need a break, you can tell me. Otherwise, once we start this module, we'll complete this module and we'll take a break. If you want a break, you can write break in the chat, or you can write break later in the chat. Later means after this module.
How much time it will take for this module?
1 hour. This module would approximately take, see, this is already done. This one, you've learned this. This would take 5 minutes. This would take 10 to 15 minutes. This would take more 15 minutes, half an hour approx.
So yeah, let's complete this, then we'll take the break of 1 hour.
Yes, sure, we can complete.
And guys who want recording, the guys who are attending the 2-day session, like today and tomorrow complete session, they will get the recording. So they'll see like who has attended up to what point, and accordingly only they'll give the recording. Like who have attended at least 80% of the session will get the recording. Okay, coming to this one, use of Lombok annotations @ all args constructor, no args constructor, to further remove the boilerplate code of implementing constructor injection pattern. So this is already done. So we have already learned the use of these two annotations, and we have leveraged the constructor injection pattern for creating our microstream object. So this is only a constructor injection pattern, like you have used the all args constructor. What is telescoping constructor design pattern? Okay, this is although a very bad design pattern, but just for knowledge purpose, you should know, so that you will learn like how builder pattern was formed and how it overcomes the drawback of telescoping constructor pattern. So guys, since we have 3 fields here, so telescoping constructor design pattern says to have all possible combination of constructors for this class. So how many possible constructors can you see or can you make if you have 3 fields? It is 3 factorial. Okay. So which is equals to 6. 3 factorial is 3 into 2. Into 1. This is the meaning of 3 factorial. So you can have 6 possible constructors. So tell me one thing, is it a good practice to have so many constructors in your class? No, right?
No.
So that's a telescoping constructor pattern, to have all possible constructors, so that you can set this field only, or these 2 fields, or these 2 fields, or all the 3 fields as per your convenience. But it is adding a lot of boilerplate code. So it's not a good practice to have telescoping constructor pattern. So The best alternative to telescoping constructor design pattern is to implement builder design pattern by leveraging Lombok annotation @builder. Now, builder has a lot of boilerplate code in itself, but since Lombok is Lombok is offering out of the box annotation, which is @builder, which is what I love about Lombok the most. This, just by adding this annotation, you'll see it has provided you all the boilerplate code of builder design pattern. So it has created a static inner class, which is Microstream builder. And with these fields, the 3 fields that we have, static fields and the methods. You see this? This is automatically done by Lombok. This is the advantage of Lombok. It has built this builder design pattern for us. If you want to see the code of builder design pattern, you can again navigate to my repository and you can go to repositories, creational design patterns. Let me see, creational. Let's write design patterns. So you can refer this repository. Okay, this one has builder with Lombok, not this one. Yeah, builder. So you can refer this code and you'll understand, like after implementation. Okay, this is my own implementation. You can refer the static one, which is like everyone uses open source. So you'll see like how for a car, we had this car builder, this static inner class got created. So this is the entire code which got created in the background just by adding this annotation. And we can directly leverage Lombok for building objects of Microstream. So if you want to understand this, I have a course on Udemy for this. You can refer my Udemy course also. Like if you want to learn design patterns, Java design patterns, specifically creational design patterns in detail, you can go to my Udemy course and you can learn from there. You see from here, you just click to this, it navigates you to my Udemy page. And this is the course. So from here, you can learn creational design patterns in detail. So creational design pattern has the builder pattern, the other patterns also like singleton pattern, abstract factory pattern, factory pattern. Okay, coming back here to the code. So we've added this @builder. Now let me show you how you can build objects with @builder. Let's say I want to build an object of Microstream. So I'll just write here Microstream dot builder dot first is what? Course name, right? Course name, Spring Boot dot, then is course type, IT, then is instructor name, Samarth Narula. Simple, right? And in the end, just write dot build. Yeah, we need to have it inside this here then. And this is how we can easily create an object of Microstream inline. Now you must be thinking, what's the advantage of this over telescoping pattern? So telescoping pattern says to have all possible constructors, right? Let's say I don't want to set instructor name. So this is the advantage of builder design pattern. It will set the default value for constructor name, which is null. You see this? You don't have to worry about it. If you're creating an all args constructor, you'll have to provide the value for instructor name, right? So this is the advantage. It will set the default value for the other remaining field. This is the advantage of having builder design pattern. If builder design pattern is clear to everyone, you can write clear in the chat and we'll proceed further. All right. Now let's start with this hands-on complex object creation with builder design pattern. As part of this hands-on, we're going to learn how we can create complex objects with builder design pattern. So what is complex object? What you see here is a simple object. because we don't have any data type as custom object. So let's say this is a full name. Instead of having instructor name, I want to have the type of variable instructor name as full name. Now this has turned into a complex object because I have a custom data type here. Okay, so if you have like string or any primitive data type, then your class is a simple, then the object of your class is called as a simple object. But if you have any custom class like full name or something else, then your class becomes a complex object. Now how you can, first of all, like let me correct the compilation issues now. Okay, in full name also, I think I have enabled builder design pattern. Here also have enabled builder design pattern. So let's say, why will I use new keyword? I don't want to use new keyword. I'll use full name dot builder dot first name, copy, cut, paste. Sorry, yeah, add it in the double quotes. Last name, copy, paste, and dot build. Done. Let's correct this one also. It will be full name dot builder dot first name dot last name dot build. So you can see like how easy it is. Now let's correct here also. Instead of instructor, now I'll take first name, string, last name. Here I'll use full name dot builder dot first name dot, let's take it another line for readability, last name dot build, format, done. So you see how easy it is. So this is a complex object. So what you see here is a complex object, and this is how you use builder design pattern for creating complex object. Like you have microstream. In fact, this also you can create like this: microstream dot builder dot course name dot course type dot full name, and you pass this full name. Let me correct this out. Dot full name. Is it full name or is it last name still? You can check here. It's instructor name. That is why I was not finding full name. Dot instructor name, which is of type full name. Let's see some error. Okay. In first name, last name dot build. Yeah, here we need to add the build in the last dot build. Then this build is for this, and the outer build is for your microstream. So this is how you can create like objects inside objects with builder design. This is called complex object creation with builder pattern. So our microstream class is having builder pattern. Our full name class is having builder pattern. So when we are creating object, we are creating object of microstream with builder pattern. And in that we are creating object and adding the object of full name also by using builder pattern. Let's correct this code also. So here I'll have like, let me use all args constructor for this use case. Yeah, full name. Okay, it's 2 strings. First name, last name. Done. So this is how you can do this. Isn't it little, I mean, I understand it must be looking little complex to you, but it's not that complex. It's quite simple. So this is how it is done. Like you create an object using builder pattern, and in that, if you want to create another object, let's say this instructor name from string, we have changed it to type of full name. So we are using again builder pattern to create object of full name. If this is clear to everyone, you can write clear in the chat. So what we have done is we have seen what are complex objects. We've implemented complex object creation with builder design pattern, and we have not yet tested our code. We can directly test this code with API. So it will work, but let's refresh always. Whenever you change any controller class method, always refresh your Swagger UI. I believe our application is crashed. Okay, let's see what has broken. Yeah, in the main class also we have this. Let's get rid of this. Let's refresh. Let's open this Microstream controller. Let's hit this. So here we can see we are seeing a correct object. And when we use builder, so in post we have used builder. Let's open this. So you can see that here I have not used builder pattern for get info, and this is how I see the response. And for custom info I have used builder. So here I have used builder. Let me reduce the font a little bit. So here I have used the builder pattern. So it is like this. Let me take it to different lines so that you can have better readability. I hope this is looking more good right now, right? This you can understand, guys. Okay, let's give the course name here as Spring Boot Design Patterns. Course type as Information Technology. First name Samarth, last name N. So see, it's looking like same only. There's no difference. So this is how you use builder. Okay, if it's clear to everyone, we'll see what is remaining in this module. Then we'll take a 1 hour break. I know most of you must be saturated since we have jumped to advanced concepts now, and be fresh after your lunch break also. So we have completed module 9 as I mentioned in half an hour. So the next modules are going to be little complex modules. So be fresh, like have lunch, do some like walk for some time and come, because the next modules you're going to learn some more advanced concepts. And tomorrow you need to be fresh entire day because it's all about advanced concepts. Guys, if you feel that this training is helping you in your career or in your office or your college project, you can write, you can post on LinkedIn, and you can hashtag me and you can hashtag Microstream and thank them for sponsoring this training. Like thank Microstream for sponsoring this training. I'll add my profile and the Microstream also here. Microstream page in the chat. You can just write a post and thank them for providing or sponsoring this training. Okay. Let's get started. Let's move further. So this is done. Next is understanding the service tier. So as part of this hands-on, you're going to understand what is service tier. Then we're going to create a service class out of our controller methods, and we're going to abstract out the service contract out of our service class. And we are also going to learn the use of @component annotation. Although from the latest version of Spring Boot, we don't really need to use @component annotation, but I'll just show you what was the use of it, like in case if you have to use it. Okay, so this is our controller class and it is inside our controller package. Let me close others. And similarly, we have this service IMPL package, which has this service IMPL class. So ignore this implements microstream service for now. This is the interface. And here you can see we have these methods: get info, get custom info. And so what we're going to do is we're going to auto wire this class over here. So let's auto wire this class over here. Now let's understand like how this auto wiring works. Okay, before auto wiring, let me show you something more. Since it's a service class, there's a new annotation for you. Since this is a service class, we have marked this class with @service annotation at a class level. Rest all, it's a simple class. Since it's a service class, so we are marking it as @service. Now, one thing for you to remember is you should have all your business logic in your service class method. So you should never put your business logic. Right now, we have put our business logic in our controller class. You should never put your business logic in your controller class. From your controller class, you should delegate the request to your service class, and inside your service class methods, you should have all your business logic. So do remember this. So since this is a service class, I've annotated this class with @service, and you can see it has the same methods: get info, get custom info, whatever we had here, same methods. And now rather than writing business logic from here, like over here, I'm writing it in my service class, and I'm going to create object of my service class. Now, how to create object of a service class? Like how to create object in general in Spring Boot is like you should auto wire that class. That is how you create object of that class. So this is how we create object of Microstream service IMPL class. This is as good as writing one minute, my keyboard is hanged. Yeah. This is as good as writing like this. Okay. So in core Java, you write it like this. So in Spring Boot, you create object like this. You use auto wiring. So if this is as good as writing like this. Okay. So in Spring Boot, we don't create object with new keyword. Rather, we use the auto wiring, and we create object of Microstream service IMPL class. And this is only called dependency injection. So we have created object of Microstream service IMPL in our Microstream controller class by using @autowired annotation. Now, before we proceed further, let's change this. Then I'll show you the advantages of using @autowired annotation. Okay, like what are the advantages that you have with this? Okay, so this is our business logic. We don't want it to come from here. We want it to come from the Microstream service IMPL class. Same goes for this. So we have delegated the business logic inside the service class. So whenever a request will come to this info, what it will do is it will redirect the request to Microstream service IMPL get info. So here you can see this is the business logic. It will log inside get info method, and this logger has been instantiated by using Lombok Annotation @slf4j. So this annotation is a Lombok annotation, and this is instantiating the logger class for us, and we can directly use log.info to have an info level logging over here. So whenever this get info is executed, it will return this Microstream object like Spring Boot and Spring Cloud course name, course type, information technology, and the instructor name. And from this method, it is going to return as our API response. Okay, we can quickly test this out. Let's refresh the Swagger. Since we modified the controller file, let's hit info API, and here you can see you're getting the same response. but this time our business logic is in the correct place, which is in the service class and not in the controller class. Same we have done for post mapping also. Now we can extract out this logic into this interface. So I've just simply created an interface over here, and I've placed the interface in a different package. So I've created this class Microstream service IMPL class in this package com.microstream service IMPL. And I've created this interface in this package com.microstream.service. So this is my interface, and this interface has been implemented by this class. Let me show you one more shortcut. Let's say I want to extract out interface from here. So I can do right click, refactor, extract interface, provide an interface name. Let's say Microstream service 2, because I already have one service. Select the methods, click OK. So you can see it has extracted out here. Now I can simply drag drop over there and update the references. See how simple it is to extract out an interface. You don't need to create it manually. Use your Eclipse IDE shortcut. So it has automatically even implemented that interface, but I wanted to implement the other interface, this one. Let's optimize the imports. You see, we have one unoptimized import. If you have hundreds of such import, you can use Eclipse IDE shortcut Control-Shift-O to optimize your imports. You see, all the unused or wrong imports have been automatically removed. And if you have some imports pending, it will automatically import that also. All right, so this we have created. I see some error. Let's fix this error. Yeah, let's correct this also. So you see, it has also modified over here. We had a concrete class, right? So it modified it to the interface. So this is what we had. Let's import this. So this is what we had. I shall see some error. Let's optimize imports. Done. Okay. So rather than auto wiring by the concrete class, it is a good practice to auto wire by the interface. Now I'll ask you a very tricky question. So pay attention. So I'm auto wiring by the interface. Now, can you tell me which object will it create? Object of which class will it create? Because you can see the type of object is interface, and then I've given this name, Microstream service IMPL. In core Java, if you do, what you do is you write it like this, right? You write it like this for creating object of Microstream service IMPL class, right? You use the interface as a reference, and object side you use the concrete class. But in Spring Boot, if I use auto wiring and if I give reference of interface, how does it comes to know which object to create, object of which class? Correct, the implementation. What about others? What do you think? Like, how is it able to determine which object to create? Okay, don't worry, I'll just explain you. So since this interface has only one concrete implementing class, so Spring Boot is smart enough to create object of that. Now what will happen if I have two classes which implements this interface? Let's say rather than this one class, I'm creating one more concrete implementing class. Delete it. I'm copying this class, creating new class out of it, which will be Microstream service IMPL2. And let's say in this class, I want to change few things. I want to make the course type as Spring Cloud. This one I'm changing. Okay. Now, how will it come to know like which object to create? How will this like Spring Boot know it should create object of which class? it should create object of Microstream service IMPL class or Microstream service IMPL2 class. Sherwan, both cannot invoke. It will be ambiguous. So I see one good answer. Iker, I don't know how to pronunciate your name. Iker has given a correct answer. You can use @qualifier or @primary to mark one of the class as primary class. But right now, I have not even used @primary and not @qualifier also, because there is one more better way, which is by the name. So whenever component scan starts, it loads this class, right? It loads this class as a bean in the Spring container. So the bean name that it gives to this class is the camel case name of this class. So you can see over here, I've used the camel casing name of that class. So I've just made this M small. So that is how it knows it needs to create object of this class. Now, if I change this to something like this, it will break. It will give that ambiguous problem. See, it is asking us to, it's giving that ambiguity problem. See, failed to start a Microstream service in this controller class required a single bean, but it found two beans and it's giving the beans. So these are the two beans, the two service classes that we have. That means Spring Boot is not able to identify which which object to create object of which class, whether to create object of Microstream service IMPL1 or to create object of Microstream service IMPL2. And it's also giving you recommendation like what action you should perform to solve this problem. It's asking you to consider one of the, like marking one of the bean as primary and updating the consumer to accept multiple beans, or using qualifier to identify the bean that can be consumed. Okay, so in this case, let me show you how you can use @primary. Let's say I want to always have object of this class. So in that case, I can say, I can just use @primary annotation. And now this problem will be solved, because even if there is no matching bean name reference for the interface, it will by default create object of Microstream service IMPL. This is one way. But this @qualifier and @primary way is available on the internet also. But what I'm going to show you is something additional which I have explored. So again, I've brought the Spring Boot application back to the problem statement where it's not able to identify the bean name. So what happens is, as I mentioned, when Spring, like the component scan loads these classes into the Spring container, it gives the bean names like this. So this is the bean name. So I can use this bean name over here, and now it will automatically create object of this class. So I have, you can see I've removed @primary. So it will work because by this bean name, it is able to create object of this class. Let me verify this. So let's hit this get API, and it will print the course name as Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Let's refresh this. Let's hit the info API. You can see it's printing the course name as Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. Now, what we are going to do is we're going to test our theory. Like it's a tried and tested theory, although rather than this, I wanted to create object of Microstream service IMPL2 class, this one. And in this case, it should print Spring Cloud when I hit that API. Okay, let me modify the reference names over here. Now, when I hit that get API, it should not print Spring Boot and Spring Cloud. It should only print Spring Cloud because it is creating object of Microstream service IMPL2. So this way, this way is not available on the internet, because I, as a Spring Boot developer, have explored this way by understanding the depth of the working. So you can see here it's printing Spring Cloud. So this is how you can leverage this technique which I've explored. Directly use the class name in camel casing. Go ahead. Yeah, any doubts?
Yeah, the second point, how can you repeat once more the second point? I mean, how it will identify the second one?
Yes.
Microstream
So,
service.
okay. So here you can see this is the interface, data type is interface, and the reference name is the class name in camel casing. This is the
Right.
class name in camel casing. So by matching with the class name, it knows, okay, it needs to create object of this class, but this has to be exactly the class name, but in camel casing. And
Okay.
this it is allowing because when it loads this class into the Spring container, it
Okay.
loads it as a bean, right, in Spring. So it creates the bean name as like this, like a camel cased M small Microstream service IMPL, like in
Okay.
camel casing. It creates the bean name like that. So I've leveraged that concept and created object of it.
Okay.
It's
So
a trick.
So what happens if I create that variable name all in small cases? Will it happen? Create the object of a second class?
I don't think it will work, but let's try it out. See, let's see. So it's not working, see.
Okay, so it will only the first letter of that word can be small case, rest of them.
First letter, yeah, just make the camel case, your class name as
Okay.
camel case, like the first letter small, that's all.
Okay, okay,
Even if your class name has this S small, I small, it doesn't matter. You can see this S is small. It's not
Okay.
smart enough to understand English. All it does is it matches with the bean name.
okay, okay,
And the bean name is class name in a lower case, like this first letter is lower.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, so this is done. So as part of this hands-on, you have learned about what is a service class, how to create a service class, and let me show you the use of @component. Although from the Spring Boot version 2 onwards, you don't need to annotate this class interface with @component. It still works, but if you want to still add @component, you can add. It's not mandatory anymore. Before Spring Boot 2 version, like prior to Spring Boot 2 version, we had to use this annotation mandatorily. Okay, otherwise this interface was not loaded and you got, okay, bean not found exception. But now that problem is solved and no one uses older version than Spring Boot 2. But you should know it, since if there's any legacy application, you'll be able to identify like what is going wrong, what is wrong I have done, like I've forgotten some annotation or something. So that's the annotation you need to add. Okay. Welcome to this next hands-on. Initializing logger with an Lombok annotation @SLF4J. So I'm going to show you like how you can instantiate a logger with Lombok annotation @SLF4J. We're going to do info level logging in our service class. We're going to view different levels of logging supported by Lombok annotation. And we're also going to see functional style of logging. Then we're going to test our application with command line runner and Swagger UI. Although we don't need to test it again with Swagger UI. I'll just show you how you can use this annotation and what is the functional way of coding. All right. Coming back to this class, here you can see this is my service class. I've also added @SLF4J annotation here. It is a Lombok annotation, and this is instantiating a logger for me. So that is why I can log like inside get info method, inside custom info method. Now, if I execute my get API, I should see this inside get info method in my logs. So here you can see inside get info method. Now let me show you different levels of loggings which are there. So you can see like it is having debug level. Okay, here we can see it is having debug level logging, error level logging, info level logging, which we generally use, trace level logging. Then we have warning level logging. So these are the different logging levels which we can use. And then we can sort our logs by those logging levels by using some tool, a logger tool like ELK stack or something else. Okay. All right. Next is the functional style of logging. Let's go back here. Let's again create an object of Microstream. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create object by using the get method inside this class. So not this one. Okay. Let me keep the example simple for you for now. So I'm going to auto wire the Microstream service class which I've created. Let's auto wire by the interface. All right, so this is the class. I'm going to call this get info directly. What it will give is this microstream object. And here also you can see in the main class, I've annotated this main class with also @SLF4j annotation. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to log.info. I'm not going to use this method of info. I'm going to use the format method, like format and object, this method. Okay. So let's say microstream object. And here I'm going to call method of microstream service impl get info. Done. Here you can see it has printed the microstream object. Microstream object, this dash, and over here you can see microstream course name, Spring Boot, Spring Cloud course type. So this is the functional way of programming which you can do with Lombok annotation instantiated logger. Like it's a normal logger also has this, just you need to remember this technique. Just write this bracket, whatever you have written like over here in the object that gets substituted in this part. See, this has got substituted right over here. The microstream object that you got from here got substituted here. Is it clear to everyone, this functional way?
Yes.
All right. Let's quickly summarize this. So as part of this hands-on, you have learned how to use Lombok annotation @SLF4j for logging. What are the different levels of logging supported by Lombok? Then we have tested our code with help of command line runner and see the functional way of logging also, which was this. This was the functional way of logging. This got substituted here. Now is the next and very interesting topic, introduction to embedded database H2. Before we begin with the practicals, I would like to explain you what is an embedded database concept. So understanding of embedded database H2 and when to use embedded database H2. As part of this session, you'll understand like what is embedded database, and I'm going to explain you embedded database with a simple diagram which I have drawn. Then we'll understand when to use H2 database, which is an embedded database. So we're going to learn the embedded database H2. So understanding of embedded database. So as the name implies, it's an embedded database. That means it doesn't run as a separate process like your normal database. So it doesn't run like your normal databases like your Postgres, Mongo, MySQL. It doesn't run as a separate process like them. So it's an embedded database. That means it runs as part of your application itself. So basically embedded database is basically embedded inside your running Spring Boot application. So you know now that our Spring Boot application has an embedded Tomcat server, right? So the embedded database is running inside this embedded Tomcat server as a process. That is how simple it is. So with help of this diagram, you'll understand. So our embedded Tomcat server is running as a Java process right now, right? And Java process is run on what? Java runtime. What is Java runtime? JVM. So we have this JVM in which our embedded Tomcat server is running as a Java process. And inside this embedded Tomcat server, our embedded database H2 is running. And if we terminate our Java process, you saw, right, in using that netstat command, I terminated my Java process. So what happens is my embedded Tomcat server gets terminated. And when this embedded Tomcat server will get terminated, my embedded database will get terminated. Now tell me one thing, if your database is inside your embedded Tomcat server, and if your embedded Tomcat server is terminated, that means your embedded database is terminated. What will happen to the data that you had saved in this embedded database? What do you think? What will happen to your data?
It will still be there.
How will it still be there? We have not mounted an external, like in Kubernetes, you use PVCs, right? You mount it to external storage. but here we are not doing anything. That means data persisted will be lost on application start.
Okay.
So that is the embedded database. So you don't want to do the data cleanup while you're architecting your applications from scratch. That is why you can use embedded database. So when to use embedded database, you should use when temporary data storage is required. Basically, whenever you're storing some data which is lost and also you don't care about it, so temporary data storage is required. When you're architecting your application from scratch, and that during that time, like your schema keeps on changing, right? So you don't want to waste your time in doing cleanup. So in that case, you can use embedded database. And when you do, should not, like when you do not want to store too much data in your storage, okay? Because see, this embedded database is running as part of your embedded Tomcat server, and it will only have as much memory as you have allocated to your JVM for this process. So if the RAM, like a heap memory is 512 MB, this will only have 512 MB, like some part of that 512 MB which is remaining from the running process for the storage. Now if you cross that storage, your application will crash. That is why you should not use embedded database storage if you have too much data to store. So you can also use embedded database storage until your company has not provisioned infra or cloud setup for you to set up your RDS, or you whatever it like cloud service you're using. If you're using AWS, you'll generally spin up a RDS, right? And then you'll create your database in that RDS, users, permissions, tables, schemas, everything. So until your company has not provisioned the cloud or not the on-premise setup for you to create a database or to deploy your database, and until then you can use this H2 database. So that is one more use case of H2 database. Like you're working in a startup, in that case you can use this until your startup has those resources. It is also good if you're creating some technical POCs, proof of concept of, or like proof of technology. Right now you can see, like I'm teaching you Spring Boot, so I don't want to waste my time after the training in cleaning up the database entries that I've created, right? In truncating the tables, or right, or recreating some schema. If I add some additional column in it, removing that column. If I don't want to waste that time, what I can leverage is H2 database, because I know, like on application start, it will create the database, it will create the schema, the tables, and everything I need. And on application termination, it will delete everything out. So on application start, again, I'll have fresh database to work on. So this is again one good reason. Like if you're creating some POCs, in that case also, you don't want to waste your time in cleanups and all, so you can focus on the POC. So that time you can use. Or if you're creating some MVP for some company, although for MVP I don't recommend so much, but max to max you can use for your minimum viable product. Okay.
So is it faster than reading from a config file? Let's say I'm storing this properties in this embedded database. So will it be faster than reading from a file, or will it be not equal to same?
It will be faster than if you're reading from a normal text file. Let's say you've added those values in a text file, right? You're serialized and added into a file, right? In that case, you have a serialization layer. Here you don't have that serialization layer because your data is saved in your memory directly.
Okay, so it will be a faster one.
Yes, it is much faster.
So what
It's
we
very
can
fast.
do at the start, while starting the application, we can do the coding to store data in this temporary data.
Yes. You can store some data by using data.sql file. Although I have not used here in this example, but in tomorrow's example, I'll be storing data.
Okay.
I have imported this project, right? Let me show you here. You write this data.sql script and it will load all these, it will insert all this data.
Okay.
Tables, how it creates, will come to that in the
So
entity.
runtime also, what we can do is start the application and do the coding to read from property file once and store it in the embedded data. Next time we can read
Not
it
in
from
property file. In data.sql, you have inserted the queries.
Okay.
So on application start, it will insert these records, on top of which you can build your coding, like you can code your logic, and with DevTools, you can rapidly test and further code your business logic.
Okay.
You have your test data, right? You don't even have to worry about cleanup anymore. You just create and enter a new space, save this file, and it will restart because of DevTools. That
Right.
is why I told you this combination would help you in coding fast. DevTools, Lombok, H2.
Right. Okay.
And in no course you'll find this combination, because this is a combination which I have built it over the years, like to quickly create the application from scratch, and later you can change the database to your Postgres database or MySQL. Code changes won't be required, only configuration changes will be there little bit, like driver class name and the configuration endpoints and username password will change.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
That means H2 is only a temporary database in the system, only for things like testing or for few database, something like this.
You want to have H2 database as a separate instance rather than as part of your Spring Boot for some testing, some other things. Correct? This is your question, right? Can you have
No, my
H2
problem
database?
is only at the end for the project. Can I have H2 also again like a database in my project, or it is only for temporarily?
Yes, for temporary data storage, you can have H2, but you need to remember whatever data you persist will be lost on application start.
Okay, thank you.
And you can also have H2 database as a separate instance running on your operating system. And when you restart that instance, all the data persisted will be lost. But then the data will be saved in your RAM.
Okay,
Right now,
okay.
it's been saved in the JVM memory, like whatever JVM memory has been allocated inside RAM. That things are possible. For that, you'll have to read about the H2 database. You'll have to read the H2 database documentation. I've actually done it, but I don't remember like in which repository it was, but I have done that. Like just created a separate H2 database using some jar file and use that for connecting from my normal Java application and for performing CRUD into that database. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Coming back here. Okay. This is done. Now is the configuring part. So as part of this next hands-on, we're going to configure the H2 database. We're going to learn about the dependency which is needed for adding the H2 database and the configuration which is needed for configuring the H2 database. We're going to configure H2 database for our different environments. For local, we'll have a different H2 database. For dev, we'll have a different H2 database. For test, we'll have a different database, and UAT and prod again will have a different database. Then we're going to access the different databases by setting the active profiles. So let's get started. Let's start with the POM file. Here in the POM file dependencies section, you can see we have added a dependency for our H2, which is this H2 database. Correct? Now, the configuration part. So this is our local property file. If we are not setting any active profile, so here we have configured the H2 profile, H2 database, okay, for local. Like for local properties, this is the H2 database. So you can see spring.h2.console.enabled row. This will give you a UI to query, like how do you have IDEs, right? You have DB viewer IDE, AquaDB IDE, Postgres, Oracle IDE to query your databases, right? To connect and query. So H2 also provides its own IDE. And if you want to type queries and test it, you can enable the IDE by using this command, or sorry, this property spring.h2.console enable true. And here we can provide a custom URL. The format is like this. This part remains the same. And this is your database name. This you can give anything you like. So this is like URL is jdbc:/h2:memory:. This part I wanted it according to local. So since this is my local property file, I've given the name for the database as bookstore local db. So this is my database name, bookstore local db. And driver class name is org.h2.driver. Username is localhost, local bookstore, and this is the password. Without wasting any further time, let's see how we can access the H2 database. So let's open a new tab. Let's write here localhost:8080. And the URL for accessing H2 database is this /h2-console. So this is the H2 database. Now we need to go to our property file, copy the URL, go back to the browser, paste the JDBC URL over here. Similarly, copy the username, paste the username, copy the password, paste the password, and click on connect. And here you can see we have connected to our database. And here you can see we have one bookstore table, which will come to later on. Like, what is this table? I'll come to this later on in the further sections of this course. Right now, let me show you how you can use this ID that you get, or this browser window that you get for testing your database. So I just copied the sample queries from here. Let's say I want to create a table test. So I can just execute this query, select it, and click on run selected. And you can see it has created this test table with ID and name column. I can insert values into this test table. I can fire a select query to see what data is inside this. I can update this table, and I can delete some values, and again I can verify my changes. So it's that simple. If you want to run everything, you can click this run and you can see all the results here. First, it executed this query. It took 2 milliseconds, 0 updations. Then it executed this query. It took 1 millisecond, 0 updation, like update count is 0. Then it inserted this value hello into test table, and update count is 1 row was added, and it took 0 milliseconds, nearly real time. You see how fast this database query is. So it's an embedded database, in-memory database. That is why it is so fast. All right. So we have a question. How can you please show again the connect screen of the H2 console? All right, no worries. I'll just log out from here. Now to log out, there is this disconnect icon on the left side, which you can see. And you can again just copy everything you need from here, the URL, username, password, and a proper driver name also. And you can connect. So the only URL is this localhost : 8080 / H2 console. This is the URL. The further part gets automatically added. You don't need to worry about it.
Okay.
Now, let's say I want to have different databases. We'll start with dev. So in dev, let me delete this additional property file. So in dev, you can see I have a dev database, and the connection details are different. Here the database name is devdb, and the username and password also for connecting to dev database is different. Now that you can see, like, my application has started, it's running on port 8081 because I've set the active profile as dev. So it has taken the configurations from here. We can connect to dev database. Now, if you want to connect to dev database, what you need to do is you need to change the port number as per your application port number. Now you need to change these things also. So this is dev. Let's copy this from here, paste it here, copy the username, paste it here. Now it is, instead of local bookstore, dev bookstore. Password is the same. So this is how you can connect to different databases. So is this clear to everyone, or should I show for more, like how you can connect to prod database, how you can connect to test database, how you can connect to UAT database? If this is clear, I'll not be showing the further, like how to connect to other databases. It's just simple. Set the proper active profile, add the properties there, add these properties there, and connect to that database. So for connecting, use the properties from the respective property file. All right.
So, okay, we have to add just properties in that specific.
Yes, you can see in the dev, I've added the same properties. These are the values I've changed according to my database. Whatever I wanted, I've added. For this is production. For production, whatever I wanted, I've added the different properties.
Okay.
So you have learned this also, how to use H2 console UI. Okay, coming to the next module, which is what are entities? So what are entity classes? So entity classes, you can imagine you have this Pojo class bookstore. If you mark this class with @entity, and if you mark one of the primary identifier field, which is ID with @ID, these are JPA annotations, @entity and @ID. When you start your application, this kind of a table will get created in the database, which will have this ID as a column, name as a column, books as a column, and whatever values you'll insert, it will get inserted like this. Is this clear? Like how does mapping works?
Yes, yes.
Very simple, right? Just mark the class with these two JP annotations. On application start, it gets mapped to a bookstore table, which has these columns. The fields gets converted to columns. The value you insert is inserted like this. And how to insert, we'll see that like we are going to insert using JPA. Okay. NASA, it's not mandatory to use @column annotation. You can use @column annotation to customize the column name or to add some validations like not null or some other validations. I hope that answers your question. NASA. All right. Next question is, does these entities map to NoSQL databases? Yes, it gets mapped to NoSQL databases in the same way. So you can just check out my Spring Boot MongoDB one. Let me keep this open because I know you guys are going to ask for this repository in the end also today. Mongo. Okay. Spring Boot Mongo I had created, but I don't remember in which repo it is. We'll have to search my Git repository where exactly it is. But I have created Spring Boot Mongo also. Long back, like few years back, I've created. So it works. See here. Okay, coming to this hands-on, understanding difference between normal DTO and entity classes by designing entity class bookstore. So as part of this hands-on, we're going to design this entity class bookstore. We're going to learn the use of these two annotations. What we saw over here, we are going to do it in real, and we'll see how to access the bookstore table. We're going to insert values in the derived bookstore table of our entity classes, like write some SQL queries. Let's close all the tabs. All right, so coming back here, this is the Spring Boot bookstore design. Let's go to the entity package. So I've placed the entity classes in the entity package. We only have one entity class, which is bookstore. These are the fields: ID, name, books. Since it's an entity class, I've marked this class with @entity, and you need to have a primary identifier @ID also. One drawback I'll tell you about using JPA for MongoDB, you'll still need to have a primary identifier. Although for NoSQL databases, primary identifier is not mandatory, but if you use JPA, you'll have to use it, sadly. Okay, that's the drawback of that, like using JPA for MongoDB.
But for like no MongoDB, if we are not using the primary key,
yes, we are not using, but you'll have to structure it like this if you want to use JPA along with it to query.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll have to use normal JDBC Java code. Get the drawback.
Yeah, got the point.
All right, coming to okay. So here we have used other Lombok annotations, which you're already familiar with for generating the other things that we need for this Pojo class: getter, setter, toString, equals, all args, builder, pattern, everything. Okay, so let's go to H2 console now. Refresh. Which one is active profile right now? Let me see. It's dev. Let's make it prod now. prod has what properties? It has these properties. Let me set this to true so that you can see the queries. Let's refresh. Okay, our port number has changed. Prod is on running on 8084. Let's change these configurations. Let's copy it from production property. So we have connected here. You can execute this query. You can see we don't have anything inside this. So let's insert something. Let's insert ID as 1, books. Let's say book 1, book 2, book 3, and the bookstore name, which will be bookstore 1. Select, run, select, run. So you can see how we can insert data into this by writing simple SQL queries. So this is done. As part of this hands-on, we have created a bookstore entity class. We have learned the use of @entity and @ID. So @ID is used for marking a primary key. So in our database, we have marked ID, this ID which you see as a primary key, which is long data type. And we have accessed the bookstore table from H2 console UI. We have inserted values in the derived bookstore table. And since this property I've enabled, let's see if we're able to see the query in the logs. Show SQL true, right? No, JP open in view. Okay, this is something different. So we don't need to worry about it. I thought I've just kept spring.jp.show SQL true like I had over here to show you the queries. Let me copy from this one. Show and show it in a good way. That's why formatted true. Now that if I add this, we'll see the select queries or create queries also. You can see it. This is the query. You can see the query here. It has automatically generated this query for you. These are the queries it is executing in the background. Hibernate is executing in the background. If you want to view this, this is the command spring JPA show SQL true. Make this false. And spring JPA properties hibernate format SQL true. Coming to the next module, understand and implement JPA with Spring Boot. Before we proceed to this, we'll take a 5 minutes break. Then we'll continue with module 13. This is the largest module, let me warn you. If we don't finish this module today, we'll take the rest of the module tomorrow. But this is the largest module. We need to cover this entire module today. Although, yeah, this module is much smaller this year. So I think this will be completed faster. Okay. Last year, I had shown all the possible methods of JPA because it was 2-day training. So let's do this one, then we'll take a break. Agenda. What is JPA and Hibernate and what it is used for? So as part of this session, you'll understand what is JPA and Hibernate, JPA, other implementations. So before we proceed further, let me explain you what is JPA and Hibernate. JPA is used for performing CRUD operations onto your database. JPA is a specification and Hibernate is its concrete implementation. So whenever you add JPA dependency, basically, it automatically also adds the Hibernate jar files for you. So if you open this effective POM of your JPA, right now we are inside effective POM. So here we are inside effective POM of JPA. You can see if you search Hibernate, you'll see that you're also getting this Hibernate dependency automatically. And if you see your Maven dependencies, you'll see over here also you have Hibernate somewhere.
Instead of Hibernate, if I want to use some other ORM, then
In that case, you need to exclude the Hibernate dependency from here.
Okay.
And you need to add your other implementation dependency.
Okay.
So other implementations are Top Link and Eclipse Link. There must be more, but I'm aware about these two. And JPA is nothing but it is your ORM framework, Object Relationship Mapping Framework. As you saw with the JPA annotations, we could map this Java object or this Java class as a database table. So this is nothing. The same thing what you saw, mapping this Java class with help of these annotations as a database table is called ORM, Object Relationship Mapping. This is only ORM, mapping that Pojo class into this table with the fields as columns. Okay. Now, what are CRUD operations? CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. So basically on this bookstore using JPA, we can also perform CRUD operations. We can create new records, we can update existing record, we can delete existing records, and we can read existing records. So what is JPA and Hibernate used for? It is used for performing CRUD operations onto a database. Simple.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Hands-on. Creating Spring Boot repository using JPA and use of @repository annotation. So as part of this hands-on, what we have done is, first of all, we have created this repository package. Inside this, we have created this interface bookstore repository. Since it's a repository, we have annotated this interface with @repository. And since it's a JPA repository, we have extended the JPA repository. Now the things that you need to take care about here is this. So for this JPA repository, you're telling this repository is for which entity class. So this JPA repository is for bookstore entity class. And then you need to mention the wrapper data type of the primary identifier in this bookstore. So what is the primary key in the bookstore table? ID. What is the data type of ID? It's long. So you need to mention the wrapper type of long over here, which is capital L, long class. Okay. This is how you create a repository. So this is done. So as part of this session, you've seen how easy it is to create JPA repository, which can then be used to perform CRUD operations. And you've also learned the usage of @repository annotation. As part of next hands-on, you'll see how you can use this repository which you have created to perform CRUD operations onto bookstore table.
Hi, actually, I am not in session for last 40 minutes because of power issue. I have a doubt. That is, can you open the last screen that shows JPA repository interface? That here can't we how can't we just create an AutoWare without this interface? AutoWare with reference, it has generic type like this, bookstore and long. So without this, without creating this interface, can't we just AutoWare any?
Yes, you can use entity manager for that. So that you'll be seeing in tomorrow's session. You can execute using entity manager. Like, see, this is how you can create queries, execute queries. So internally, JPA is using entity manager only. Okay. I hope that answers your question.
What I mean is, here we are keeping @ of repository, and so it will create the object for this interface.
No. We'll auto-wire the repository that you will be seeing in the upcoming session. Don't worry. You'll learn like how to use this repository to perform CRUD operation. We'll be auto-wiring this bookstore repository in our service class.
Yeah, same doubt I have. I want to ask. What I want to ask is, without creating this interface @ of repository, can't we just put the AutoWare?
What will you auto-wire if you don't have a repository, right?
Because this is the class already there, right? JPA repository. So Spring will not just.
This will not work. You cannot auto-wire this. You need to have this. You need to specify the JPA repository, what to use, like which entity class, what's the primitive, what's the data type of the primary key of that entity class.
Okay.
This is the way the framework is designed.
Okay.
If there is some other way in which you can directly auto-wire JPA repository, then I'm not aware of that, because I've not seen that kind of way which you are saying. Like it might be
No,
possible, but no one has tried that. Or
I
maybe
just got that doubt actually. So I asked.
no, but it's good actually. You asked a very valid question. It took me some time to understand your doubt because it's a unique thing which you could think and come up with. So you can just try that out. How will you make it work by auto wiring this? Maybe if you can just try it out, let me know. Also connect with me on LinkedIn and tell me how you did that. So I'll also
Yeah.
show that in my next training sessions if it is possible.
Yeah, I will try and let you know.
But it's good. You should always push to learn further, like the framework in and out.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a question from Space Viren. A difference between JPA repository and CRUD repository. So in the older versions of Spring Boot, the repository name was CRUD repository. If you go to its implementation, you'll see that if you go to this class, you'll see that it is extending this paging and sorting repository. If you go further down the line, you'll see that this repository is extending this. So it's just like if they create something additional, they create a new interface. And let's say tomorrow JPA guys will create something more. So they'll change the repository name, and that repository will then extend this repository. The way you saw right now, this was extending this. So before using JPA repository in the previous versions, we used to extend paging and sorting repository. Before paging and sorting, we had this repository. I hope that answers your question, Space Viren.
Sorry, can you repeat the last sentence again?
So when Spring Boot, like let's say in Spring Boot version 1, they had named it as CRUD repository. So that time, in order to create JPA repository, we used to extend CRUD repository. Then let's say from Spring Boot version 1, I'm just giving an example. I don't know the exact versions from when they created these new interfaces. From let's say from Spring Boot version 1.5, just a hypothetical example, they came up with new functionalities like find all, which returns iterable, which returns page. So they wanted to extend the capabilities of this CRUD. So they didn't use the same repository name. They created a new, they didn't, sorry, update the current interface implementation. They created new interface and they extended the implementation of the previous interface, and they added their additional functionalities here. And similarly, like after this, the latest one is JPA repository, where they have added all these different functionalities. And they have also extended the previous repository, the cycle of previous repositories, or we can say interfaces, to have the functionalities from this. Like you understand, right? If you have one interface, if you have these methods here, save all, find all, if you extend this CRUD repository in your paging and sorting, along with this find and find all, these two implementations, you also get these methods right over there. So they are just keep on adding new functionality and keep on creating new interface and extend the prior interfaces. Does that answers your question? Like you understand now, right? Why they have done like this?
Right.
They could have used the same interface name and add more methods, but in the latest version, but I don't know why, but they went with this approach. They create new interface and add the functionalities to that and extend the previous one to get the capabilities of the previous one also.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, just one question, not question actually. When you open the Java doc for the JPA repository, right? There was one annotation, no repository bin. So a few minutes back, someone raised that query, right? They need the context or they need the bean creation. So I just saw that. I'm not sure what it is. If you are aware, you can just
We'll have
have
to
a couple
read
of lines on
annotation
that.
to,
Otherwise, maybe that is restricting, I guess, creation of.
annotation to exclude repository interfaces from being picked up and thus in consequence getting an instance being created. Typically be used when providing an extended base interface for all repositories in combination with the custom repository base class to implement. So this is basically restricting. So you cannot use, but you can use JPA, right?
We can extend it. Line number 28. That's what they are saying. Providing an extended base interface. Typically be
Which one you
used
saying?
when
Line number 20 at?
extended. Yes.
This one only, right? So it is like restricting them from using paging and sorting in the latest one. I don't think so. We can still use the previous one. It's something else.
And maybe they're restricting the direct injection. Instead of just that, we have to like extend it and then use it as a bin. Like
But we are able
the
to
bin
see, I'm
creation.
able to use CRUD repository here.
We are
Hold on.
extending it, right? I'm not sure on that anyway, but I just saw, that's why I thought of asking what it is.
No, it's good actually. You asked, but you'll have to we'll have to further research why they have added this. But this is not the case. Like we can still use the previous ones. I just tried it out. It works.
Maybe direct injection they have restricted. That's what actually I was saying. Maybe.
Okay, you cannot
Not
directly.
sure.
Okay, that question, his question. I get your point. Directly, you cannot auto wire JPA repository. You need to do it like this. So because of that annotation that they have created, they are restricting that through this annotation.
Yeah.
Okay, I get.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Maybe that is true, but I'm not sure about this. I mean, I never cared to try this out, like read this or understand this, because they are framework specific one. No? We don't generally use it while paging. Sharad also
sure.
preventing injection JPA repository. Yeah, I think it's for this reason. Other people have, I think, researched on Stack Overflow, so I think this is the reason. Okay, so we have used here @repository annotation. This is how we have created the repository. But it's good, huh? This thing that you just explored, you guys, it's very nice. So we have created a Spring Boot repository using this annotation. This is done. Next is we are going to create the service class with create bookstore method. So let's do this. And after creating this class with this method, we'll test it with command line runner. Then we'll create a controller class. We'll learn the use of request mapping annotation. Then we'll be creating bookstore with post API. Then we'll test a bookstore creation with Swagger UI. So let's go to this bookstore service IMPL. So this is the class. Here you can see this is a service class. So this has been marked with @service annotation. And here we have auto-wired bookstore repository. Let me see if we can auto-wire JPA repository directly, whether it supports that or not. Yeah, you are correct, I think. It's not allowing us to directly. What will happen if I do it like this? No. If that's the case, it is allowing us and it is working also. Guys, preventing injection is wrong, I think. Something else that
I'm not sure. Something else is there, yeah. Seems.
That is why I said I cannot say yes on what you're saying because I need to research before I say yes. I need to read, I need to try. So it seems like that is not the use, some other use cases there. But we don't need to worry about it because we don't use it. But as per framework design, if you want to understand, you can just dive deep and understand that. Or maybe just...
I just read it just now. That is reason why what is first we have to create object, right? It means IOC, like inversion of control. So Spring will create object for that interface plus like that which we created. Then we will inject, right? Dependency injection.
Correct.
Yeah. So that is the reason why we need to do that interface action something.
Correct. So that is true. So here this is one more way. So this solves your question. I'll just revert it back to the previous one for now. But we have seen, right? It works. So we have auto-wired the bookstore repository. We have created the create bookstore method. It takes a bookstore as a method argument, and with save and flush method. So you can see this interface concrete implementing class will have the save and flush method. Using this, we can store our bookstore. So this bookstore will be like stored as a row in the bookstore table. And then we have created a wrapper over this method with help of another controller. So this was service IMPLs controller package. This is our bookstore controller. Here you can see, first of all, this is a controller class. So I've marked this class with @REST controller annotation. This is one additional annotation, which is request mapping. What it does is it will add this bookstore as a prefix for all the APIs. So this is as good as writing like this. Okay. Just writing it here would add it as a prefix for all the APIs in this class. And then we have auto-wired the bookstore CRUD service IMPL here. And we are calling that create bookstore method, which will call the JPA save and flush method and save this bookstore as a row in the bookstore table. So this is the post API with post mapping annotation. And the API prefix is bookstore / create bookstore. Let's test it out. Let's navigate to Swagger, refresh Swagger. Let's see our application is running on which port. It's running on 8084. Let's change the port number to 8084. Let's expand bookstore controller. This is the post API. Here you can see post. And you can see this has got appended for all the APIs. There's a prefix bookstore. This prefix is being added because of this request mapping annotation is basically used for adding a prefix for all the APIs. There is although no annotation for adding a suffix for all the APIs, because suffix won't even make sense. Then create bookstore, try it out. Let's create a bookstore. So let's say we are inserting book 1, book 2, book 3. And ID will be 1 and name will be, let's say, bookstore 1. So we have executed this. It has inserted a bookstore and it has returned the response like this bookstore has been saved. We can confirm by logging into the H2 database. Let's for now remove the password so that every time we don't have to copy paste or remember or type the password. So what I'm going to do is keep this empty and start. Again, since I've restarted my application, DevTools will restart the application, right? Because you see restarted main, because I just made a change and saved it. So I need to reinsert the data. I'll re-click this button. It has reinserted the data. I'll connect over here. Refresh and connect basically. Connected. And here you can see this bookstore has been added. Simple, right? So this is how we have created this class, created this controller class. In this controller class, we have, so first of all, we created this class, bookstore CRUD service IMPL class. In this class, just now understand the flow. Okay, I'll close everything and show you the flow. So first we created this class. In this class, we've auto-wired the bookstore repository. And we have used the save and flush JPA method to save a bookstore. Then we created a controller class, bookstore controller. Here we auto-wired this service class, bookstore CRUD service IMPL. And using the object, we called the create bookstore method. And this create bookstore method then in turn called the save and flush JPA method and saved our bookstore. So from the browser, request comes to this create bookstore. From create bookstore, it goes to the service class create bookstore. And in the service class, then the service class delegates the request to the save and flush method of the JPA repository. And JPA repository takes care of saving the file. So this is the overall flow. Then you also learned like the use of this request mapping. If this is clear to everyone, you can write clear in the chat and I'll move to the next topic. All right. Hands-on. Create get bookstores method and expose it through API. Simple. Let's go to this class. Here we are creating another method, get bookstore, and this time we are using the find all JPA method to get all the bookstores which are saved. So we can just hit the get bookstores. So this is the respective mapping, and you can see this is the bookstore which is saved. Let's create another bookstore. Let's give it ID to bookstore 2 with one more book in it. Let's get all the books, and you can see we are getting 2 books now. Rather than going by slides, now I'll go a little fast. Next is this, get bookstore by ID. Let's say you want to get any bookstore by ID. How can we change the database? Okay, there are some questions before we proceed further. Sharath Gupta, you're right. We just tried it out. This technique also works. We can auto-wire the JPA repository. I just demonstrated that a while ago. How can we change the database from H2 to MySQL or Oracle? We can do that very easily by just changing these properties. Like these property values will change. So your URL will be like this only, but driver class name will change. And some specific things that you have specific to your, like the dialect and all, you'll have to add the dot dialect, and you'll have to give the dialect of Postgres or MySQL or Mongo. Then we have another question. Spring creates a proxy by your interface. Okay. If I remove the class at repository, public repository, okay, if I remove this class, as the bean was already there, it was working with repo as well. Sharad, I'm not getting your question. Sharad, I think I've already talked about this, right? We don't need that separate interface. We can directly auto-wire the JPA repository.
Samarth, actually what he tried few minutes back also telling you that a direct auto-wire also won't work, because we need bean to be there present inside the container. So for that we are extending and creating a separate repository which is extending. If we directly auto-wire JPA repository with the bookstore and long ID, it won't work because there is no bean available. We haven't created.
Got your point.
But
Yeah,
in
yeah,
our
got your
case,
point.
it was already created, so it worked.
Okay, so let me just comment that out and see. I got your point, I think. Because we're creating this interface on when the component scan starts, it loads this as a bean. That is why it was working. So let me see. Test this out. Let's try to insert values now. I think Sharad is correct. You are correct also, Gayatri. Yeah, let's refresh this and try this out. That means that no bean thing is for this only. Okay, it seems our application, yeah, application start as filled. Correct. Consider defining a bean. You're correct, Gayatri. That means we
It is
cannot
actually
directly.
creation of bean. That's
Correct.
what actually we were discussing
Correct,
earlier.
correct. No, I just thought it's working. So that's why I thought that, okay, this might not be the case. Maybe we must have misunderstood something. But I think this is only the case. Okay, I have commented this repository. So correct. That means that this is restricting the bean creation. So that is why we need to extend this interface, and then only it will create a bean. So you're right about this. No repository bean means this only, that it is not allowing to create bean of this repository. Sharad, this solves, like, this is what you were saying, right? You were correct over here. Iger, we are going to talk about Hibernate tomorrow. Even I wasn't aware about this annotation because I never cared to open, because this is just a job. So I just kept it till here. Okay, proceeding further. Get bookstore by ID. So here we have auto-wired the bookstore repository, and we are using the find by ID method. This is a JPA method. Again, we can simply pass it to ID. If it will return an optional bookstore, and using this optional, we can check if the bookstore is present by that ID. is present will be true. If it is present, we'll fetch it and we'll return it. And if it is not present, we'll throw there is no bookstore with that ID. Okay.
Samarth, no repository bean means the bean of that object or that class will not be allowed, right?
Yes, that means that it's not a class actually. Whatever, yeah, the concrete implementing classes are there for that repository, that will not be allowed. So this no repository bean means it will not allow you to auto wire this JPA repository, because for auto wiring, when you auto wire something, so you auto fire this interface, so it will try to search a bean, right? So it will not allow you to have a bean of this name, JPA repository, or any of its concrete implementing classes. So you need to extend this class, and that class when gets loaded, there is a bean name for that class. For example, we created this class, so the bean name that got loaded was something like this, b small, and that is why we could load that class. I mean, we could load auto wire this interface. When you auto wire, it's not actually like using this interface. It is having some concrete implementing classes which it is using. If you click on that open implementation, it will take a while because it has a lot of, I think, concrete implementations. See, so it is having this class, simple JPA repository. This is class. And further you have this also, queries, query DS JPA repository.
Okay.
That is diving deep into JPA, but this simple meaning means that you cannot auto wire this JPA repository because it is not allowing you to create bean of the corresponding concrete implementing class. This also has some concrete implementing class, right? So it is not allowing you to create bean of the simple JPA repository because you've added this annotation here. Okay, so let's test the get bookstore by ID now. So here we have the get bookstore by ID. It's a get API. Let's test it out. First, we again need to insert a bookstore, since the bookstore's books we inserted got deleted on application start. We have inserted a book. Let's try to get this book by ID. We've inserted a book by ID 1. We can see we have got the book with ID 1. If we try to get a book, non-existing book, so it will give a runtime exception saying there is no book with ID 2. You're seeing this nice and clean looking code over here because of the custom exception handler which I have written. So let me comment out the custom exception handler so that you see the dirty response which you'll normally see in your application. So I'll comment this out. Close this file for now. Let's again try to fetch a non-existing bookstore. So this is the normal response exception response that we get. So I've just removed the exception handler for now because that I'll be teaching you in the upcoming topics how to see that neat and clean response. So here you can see there is no bookstore with ID 2 and the corresponding stack trace. Gayatri, thank you for sharing the link. I'll save it and I'll go through it after the session. All right, moving to the next one. Get bookstores which has particular books. Now this is little complex. If you guys are ready, I'll go with this one. Are you guys ready? You'll have to pay attention. It's going to be little complex. The code is going to be complex.
Hi, Samarth. One quick question before moving ahead. You mentioned about one exception handler over there. Do we need to add anything extra configurations in order to read that exception handler anywhere inside this controller?
No, that's part of your Spring
Okay.
Boot framework.
Yeah, it's a global exception handler, right? That's what you have added?
Yes, yes.
Okay, no issues. Yeah, we are good to go.
Global, no, we are going to create like both global one also and what we say, specific one also, custom exception handlers also. But that is in the last.
Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. No issues. Thank you.
Okay, get bookstores which has particular books. It's a get API. And here we have the implementation. This is little complex. Okay, so pay attention. So in order to get bookstores with particular books, first we are creating a sample bookstore object. With builder design pattern, we are setting the books. You will observe we are not setting anything else. We are not setting name of the bookstore or ID of the bookstore. So those will be set to the default one. Let me show you how it looks like in the default one. So here you can see it will set the books, but it is also setting the ID as 0 and name as null, right? So we don't want this part. So in order to avoid this ID and name, we need to create example matcher. What this example matcher does is it tells Spring Boot that please match with books and ignore the other two fields. So we do this by writing here with matcher, match with books, this books exactly like this, and example matcher, ignore ID and name, ignore this ID and ignore this name. So these have to be exactly like this, whatever you have given over here in the bookstore. So that's the meaning of using example matcher. We are telling Spring Boot match with books and ignore the other two fields. Then we are creating example. We are creating example of, we are using this bookstore with these books and we are passing this example matcher. And this is how we create an example. We combine these two things together and we create an example like this is the kind of bookstores I want to fetch. And then we are passing this example object to find all method and it will find all the bookstores which has these two books in it, book 1 and book 2. If it's clear to everyone, I'll go to execution of this corresponding API. Corresponding API is this get bookstores which has particular books. I'll go to its execution. Take your time, go through this code. I know it's a little complex. Guys, are we good? Till here, till understanding this one?
Yes.
All right. If everyone has understood, I'll be executing this API now. So first of all, again, since we made a change in code, let me first also again make a change in code. Let me remove this main method. I just added to show you that part. And let's refresh because DevTools is restarting the application. Let's insert some bookstores. Let's say book 1, book 2, book 3, ID 1, bookstore 1, execute, ID 2, bookstore 2, execute, ID 3, bookstore 3, and this will only have these two books, execute. Now it's time for us to test. We should get 2 bookstores because those 2 bookstores will have those 3 bookstore names. Get bookstores. We need to pass the bookstores. So let's copy this. Let's paste this. Let's write here bookstore 3, execute. So you can see we are getting these 2 bookstores because these 2 bookstores have these 3 books. Now if you make it 2, only one bookstore has these 2 books. Is this clear how it works and what it helps us to do?
So it is like an SQL query wherein like pattern is used.
Correct,
right?
correct. Where bookstores in this bookstores, or like where books in this books. Yes, it is matching like equal. Yes, how we can match like operator. Okay. like these. Good question. Good question from Iger. If you want to match, if you don't want to match like exact, you can say starts with. Starts with, ends with. Here it is. Starts with. So anything that starts with bookstore 1 and bookstore 2, whether that bookstore has many more books, it will still give those bookstore because it starts with bookstore 1 and bookstore 2. You can even say ends with. So any bookstore like which ends with bookstore 1 and bookstore 2, it will fetch that bookstores. Or you can say which contains these books, like operator. Correct? So this is how you use it. Now I'll make it exact for now because I want exactly with these books. Okay. So this is done. This is also done. This is remaining. This is done. Okay. Let me minimize the unnecessary ones. Next is this, get bookstores in page format. Now we want to fetch all the bookstores information that we have in bookstore table, but we want that information in page format. So you understand a book, right? A book has a page number, and additionally in Spring Boot it also has a size, so that the size will be like how many records can fit onto that page. So right now records is of type what? Bookstore. So if we say size is 2, that means 2 bookstores can be on one page. If we say three as a size, that means 3 bookstores can be on a single page. Okay, if we have, let's say 3 bookstores and page size is 2, that means, okay, one more thing, the page numbers starts from 0. So let me ask you this question. If we have three bookstores and page number as 0 and size as 2, how many bookstores will be displayed on page number 0? Guys, how many bookstores will be displayed on page number 0? Correct, 2 bookstores. Why? Because page number starts from 0. So on 0 page, we have given the size. So on 0 page, there will be 2 books. And in total, we have 3 books. So how many bookstores are remaining? 1 book. 1 bookstore is remaining. So that bookstore will come on page number 1. What if we have 5 bookstores and we have page number as 2? Now, how many bookstores will be there? Correct. Either 1 bookstore will be there. No space for him. Think clearly. Page number 0 will have 2 books. Page number 1 will have 2 books. Page number 2 will have how many books? Only 1 bookstore is remaining, right? See, page number 0 has 2 bookstores. Page number 1 has 2 bookstores. So 2 plus 2, 4. So 1 bookstore remains, which goes on page number 2. Correct. So this is the concept of pagination. Okay, so coming back.
One quick question, Samarth. Sorry to go, sorry for going back to the pageable. Can you please mouse hover on this? I just want to see which package it is using from.
Spring Framework.
Pageable.
Spring Framework. All Spring Framework. Domain. See.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You can check this from the imported code. It's like here you can check the imports. Let's quickly test it out. pageable, which one? It gets in page format. Get bookstores in page format. First of all, we need to insert some books. Right, we need to insert some books. Let's insert some books. Let's insert bookstore 1 with these 2 books, bookstore 2 with these 2 books again, bookstore 3 again with same books, bookstore 4. Let's insert some more books in bookstore 4. So bookstore 4 will have 3 books. Now let's execute get bookstores in page format. We want to view, we have added 4 books. We want to view page number 0. And if we keep the size as 2, first 2 books will get page this 2, first 2, you can see. In the content, we can see the first 2 books. And since we are returning the entire page, we can see the other configurations of pageable. Like it's pageable, sorting is set to what? Unsorted, true. So it's unsorted, sorted false, empty, true. Sorting is not set basically. Total elements 4 because we have total 4 bookstores, and total pages 2 because we have 4 bookstores. So 2 is the size. So total pages are how much? 2. This is size normal, starts from 1. And total pages, okay, total pages are also 2, right? 0 and 1. Size is also 2. Page number that we are viewing is page number 0. Now if we change this to page number 1, we'll have bookstore 3 and 4. Bookstore 3 and 4. Here we can see the page number will be 1 now. So page number is 1. Okay, simple, right? Just the pagination. Imagine a book with only fixed number of lines that you can write, and each line is a bookstore. So this is done. Moving to next one, count bookstores. Again, we have a ready-made method, count for it, JPA method, and we are going to hit the API for this. So we can count the number of bookstores in the bookstore table. Where is count? Count bookstores, get API, execute. We have 4 bookstores, so it is giving 4. If we add one more book, what will it give? If I add one more book, it will give 5. Because now we have 5 bookstores. Next one, bookstore exists by ID. Very simple, right? Bookstore exists by ID. Stores exist by ID here. So we don't have any bookstore with ID 6. So let's try this out. It says there is no bookstore with ID 6, false. But we have a bookstore with ID 5, so it will say true. We have a bookstore with ID 2, so it will say true. Next is update bookstore name. Before we proceed to this, any questions, any doubts?
There are many who are asking, including me. Will you be sharing the code and PPT with us?
PPT will not be shared, but code will be shared with you. Code I've already shared with you on the Git repository.
But currently there are modifications being done in this code, right?
That is, I'm doing as per this, right? As per student request, I'm explaining them new things which are out of the curriculum.
Okay.
So this is the final code, and the experiments we are doing, I mean, it will not make any sense, but if you still want, I'll just upload this also to the Git repository, and you can refer it from my Git repository. But this is the proper formatted code, the which I have shared. You can just, go through this and you'll understand everything, because these R&D things will also confuse you. Thank you, Gayatri. All right, let's move to the next topic. This count bookstore was very simple. This is also done. Update bookstore name. All right, this is the update bookstore name method. Now you're going to learn something interesting, the use of @transactional annotation. Okay, for this annotation, we added one more thing. I'll come to that later. So you can see For updating a bookstore, I'm taking an ID and a bookstore name that I want to update. So let's say I want to update a bookstore with ID 2. I want to name it from bookstore 2 to something like Liberty Bookstore. So I can do that with this update bookstore. So using this ID, first I'm using the JPA method exists by ID. If it finds a bookstore with that ID, this will be true. It will get that bookstore. This is one operation, database operation. It is getting that bookstore. Then we are setting the new name and storing the same object back to the database with save and flush method. And if you don't find a bookstore with that ID, let's say if someone is trying to exploit the functionality of your update API to insert a new record, then to update the existing record, in that case, it will throw this exception saying there is no bookstore with the provided ID. So we need to handle all kind of cases to be like secure from the hackers. Let's test this out. So we have the update bookstore. Let's try it out. Let's say we want to update bookstore with ID 2. So current name for bookstore with ID 2 is what? It is bookstore 2. We want it to become Liberty Bookstore. So we have changed the bookstore name to Liberty Bookstore. We can also confirm it by getting all the bookstores that we have. So here you can see this name is changed to Liberty Bookstore, whereas rest of the ones are that only what was set. We can update any bookstore name with this update bookstore API which we have created. And if someone tries to update a non-existing bookstore, it will also throw an exception saying there is no bookstore with provided ID 10. Then we can delete a bookstore by ID. Again, if someone is trying to delete a non-existing bookstore, we'll throw an exception there is no bookstore with provided ID. So this is a delete API. Simple, creating a delete API is like just using delete mapping annotation. For updating, we have used put mapping. For deleting, we have used delete mapping. Let's delete a bookstore. Okay, I just truncated the entire bookstore mistakenly. Let me reinsert the books. Okay, let's insert bookstore with ID 1. Let's insert bookstore with ID 2. Two bookstores have been inserted. Currently, we have two bookstores, bookstore with ID 1, bookstore with ID 2, and we want to delete a bookstore with ID 2. So we can use this delete bookstore by ID 2 and execute, and it says deleted. We can confirm by hitting get bookstores, and here you will see right now we have only one bookstore in the bookstore table. Then we can truncate the entire bookstore table with this truncate bookstore. So here you can see I've used delete all method provided by JPA to truncate or basically delete all the records. Be very careful with this kind of methods. Truncate bookstore, execute, bookstore table truncated. So all records have been deleted. Now there will be no bookstores in the bookstore table. So JPA part is done. We'll take a break or we'll maybe continue. Yeah, we'll take a break and we'll continue. We have time. So major part is completed today. Next will be exception handling. We'll try to complete these two today, and this we can take up tomorrow. But yeah, before completing these two, we need to take up Microstream on day 1. So let's take a 4 minutes break. Then we'll continue with Microstream, and tomorrow we'll continue with exception handling in Spring Boot and creating custom exception and this and the advanced concepts. Hibernate, AOP, security, Spring Cloud. So welcome to learning Microstream. The rest half an hour is about going to be about Microstream, how you can use Microstream in your project. So, okay. So Java, first, before we talk about Microstream, let's talk about Java. Java is a predestined environment to realize high performant in-memory data processing. So Java provides a first-class native multi-model data structure, which is called Java Object Graph. So you design your object graphs freely, and you can adapt. Like object graph is like you can have your custom class, let's say employee, and employee can have a separate field in it like address, and address in itself will be a separate class. So you can design your object graph freely, adapt it seamlessly to your business requirement, use any Java type, a custom type or a primitive data type or any type that you like. And you can have native multi-model data structure. You can use collections, use object references, use circular references, use inheritance, use third-party libraries. only one data model, which is your Java Pojo classes, no JPA entity, nothing. How do you query such database, right? How do you query such data which is stored in a Java Pojo class? You can easily query by using Java Streams API. So you can see here, you can fetch book by its authors. So by using the Streams API, we can create this hash map of author and all the books that author has written. What about persistence? So when we talk about persistence, this challenge comes in storing objects into tables, JSON, key value pairs, and graph. Why the challenge comes? Because there is a data conversion through every single read and write. So let's say this is your application, this is your Java object which you have. So first it gets stored in the RAM as an object graph. And then in order for it to store into some database as a table row, it has to go through some conversions, which that particular dependency, let's say H2 dependency did some conversion to store it in a format that you can read and write from H2, although it was storing in memory itself in the RAM. But same, let's say you have a Postgres database. Now in your Postgres, it will again do some conversion and it will store that data in a database table, right? So there is this data conversion layer. So this data conversion has to be done for every read operation and for writing it into database. Like we read from the database, we load it into RAM, and then from RAM, we read in our application. And for writing the database also, again, we first create it as a Java graph, object graph in the RAM. Then from RAM, it gets converted to a format that can be stored in the database. So this is the big conversion layer that we have in between. So data conversion through every single read and write requires a lot of CPU power. This requires a lot of CPU power, this conversion. It reduces the performance of your application. It has expensive latencies, mapping and network related, complex architecture, expensive development process, inefficient concept, requires expensive cluster infrastructure. It also increases the cost of your infrastructure. So you can see, like, even though reading data from local cache, mapping conversion is mostly required. Even if you store it into some caching system, you'll again have to convert it back in the object graph format and store it back to the RAM before your application can read it. Even if you talk about NoSQL databases or even object-oriented databases or graph databases, they are also incompatible with native Java object graph. So native, there is an impedance mismatch because you see, like, these data structures, like these databases are incompatible with the native Java object. Native Java object is the object which gets stored in the RAM before storing to database. It's stored in this object graph format, and then it is converted to a database specific format and stored into the respective database. So this is the system prevalence problem. So when you store your object into the RAM as an object graph, it has to go through conversion, and then it can be stored into your file system as a binary or into your database. So the system prevalence has these weaknesses and challenges. So what are the weaknesses and challenges here is, like, snapshot time is a lot. A snapshot size is also very big. Snapshot time also, it takes a long time. And after that, it also takes a long system restoration time if there is any restart. And it's not suitable for microservices, and risk of losing data between snapshot, that's always there. And if your max database size is less than your RAM size, that means you'll get out of memory error. And if big RAM size is required, you'll have more expense. So extremely huge traffic and infrastructure cost also because of the more RAM that is required. Garbage collector issues also lead to latencies because garbage collector is clearing up the RAM, is clearing up your heap, but it's little slow. So that is why there can be some latencies. Class changes evolution can also cause inconsistencies. Java serialization limitation and issues. So in Java, we have serializable interface, but there is a limitation that if you're using a third-party class, you cannot really serialize and store it, right? Because the third-party class, you don't have control over it. So that are the serialization limitations and issues. So Microstream eliminates these weaknesses of the initial system prevalence concept. So it overcomes all these drawbacks. It does so by eliminating the conversion layer. So Microstream is this thin layer that you see. It's taking this object graph without converting it into any other format. It is directly dumping these binaries into any database or file system or anywhere that you would like to store. So it is basically making your infrastructure more simple. it is helping you to have faster time to market, saving you a lot of conversion time. So it saves you a lot of CPU power, minimizes latencies because there is less garbage collection now. In memory queries executed in microseconds, as you know, like whatever you store in memory database, that is executed in microseconds, and it saves up to 92% of cost of infrastructure because you don't need any expensive infrastructure. You can store it in a S3 bucket. Also, you can store it any storage, like any drive storage also, and read the data from there. So this is the Microstream repository. You can refer this Microstream repository to go through different examples. And Microstream can run wherever Java can run. So Java can run in your desktop. It can run as a native image in your crawl VM. It can run on premise. It can run as like a Spring Boot microservice application. It can run in cloud, in Android, and container, in JRE, like this basic Java runtime. You can use any JVM based technology, Java, crawl VM, Kotlin, Scala, Scooby, Clonger, and Android. And the data model is a simple POJO class. For customer, you can have these fields, right? First name, last name, email, date of birth, active orders. So the data type is a simple Java POJO class. Use any existing class, no strings attached. Design your object model freely without any limitation. No dependency, just use POJO. Any Java types are supported. Using inheritance is trouble-free. No need for special superclasses, interfaces, annotation. Use any type from third-party API. Migrating to Microstream is trouble-free because you don't need anything special. You can directly store your Java POJO classes into your, directly dump the object graph of your Java POJO classes into file storage or into database or anywhere and directly read it by using Microstream. That is why migrating to Microstream is trouble-free. In order to persist object, this is the code that you need to write. It will read the objects from this root directory, and you can store any single object or subgraph explicitly that you like. You can store binary. You can store this binary data format into any type of storage. No expensive mapping is needed. Append only, log strategy, custom tailored type handling for best performance. Store any Java type, any suited type is supported. Atomic operations and ACID transaction safe, multi-threaded write-offs for max performance. Replaces 3 CRUD operation, create, update, delete. Use inheritance is trouble-free, strong consistency, gigantic data throughput. So this is the advantage of using Microstream. Loading objects dynamically is also supported. You can use lazy references and load the orders only when this get orders is called. So sufficient RAM will be available because you're not loading everything at once. And memory management is also easy because memory is fully managed by the JVM, so you don't have to worry about anything. Using lazy references, use lazy references where possible so that maximum memory will be free majority of the time. Clear your lazy references which are not used anymore. In case of garbage collector issues, Microstream recommends that you use Azure JVM. Then we have, okay, your object graph is your in-memory database. So you need to note this, your object graph is nothing, but it is your in-memory database. You're directly querying your object graph which is stored in your RAM. So if you want to get started with Microstream, you can learn the basics from the Microstream official documentation. This is the Git repository, which has good examples, and the documentation link is here, getting started. There is also videos on YouTube on Microstream. And if you want a free course, you can enroll in a free course at Fastlane. This summit is not for this year. Okay, now I have also created a project using Microstream. Let me show you how to practically use it. So I've created a Spring Boot Microstream project, and the version I've used is 2.5.5. And the Microstream dependencies that I've used is these 2 dependencies. I created this project by reading their official documentation. So this is the artifact ID, Microstream storage embedded, and this is the version. And this is the next dependency, Microstream storage embedded configuration. You just need to add these 2 dependencies. Let me show you how it works. We'll start with the application.property file. So in my user directory, I have a folder with this name, Microstream Spring CRUD store. Let's go to C. users, Divya, and Microstream. So here you can see this is the folder. I can just simply delete the content of this folder for now because I'll be storing freshly. And this is the main class, normal looking Spring Boot main class. That's why it's annotated with @Spring Boot. It has this main method. This is the config class, the Swagger configuration. This is the controller class. It has this add method for adding a student. Let me show you the model. This is the simple Java Pojo. You see, there is no JPA, there is no @entity, no @ID, no JPA repository, nothing. Just this simple student Pojo class. Here we have student number, first name, last name. That's all. Here in the controller, we are adding the student. We are using the student repository. The student repository is nothing but a JPA, not JPA, sorry, Microstream repository. So here you can see nothing special. Just for making it Spring Boot specific, I've added this annotation @repository to mark this class as a repository class. And this is the Microstream specific code. You need to write this embedded storage manager here. And you need to create this embedded storage, like use this embedded storage dot foundation path get location. This location I'm setting the value of this location from the property file. In order to set the value of this location from the property file, I've used this @value. This will load the value of this property from the property file, which is nothing but the path inside my user folder, which I just showed you. This path, this folder is getting set over here. Location of that folder is getting set here. And this is how I'm creating a storage. And using this storage, I can call the store method to store all the students. You can see, like, for storing students, simple Java array list is there. Array list, like simple list of students. And what I am doing is like adding all the students which are passed to this list and storing this list, and all data will be saved. If I want to store only one student, I'm passing this one student, adding to the same array list. So you need to refer to the same array list because this is your data structure. I'm storing it and synchronizing the data in the Microstream binaries with this store function. Then I'm getting all the data which is stored with this find all method, in which I'm just simply returning this array list. It has a synchronized data. Then find by first name. Again, you can find the student by the first name by using simple Java streams. You can see how easy it is. On the list, I'm just using stream operation. Find by last name. Again, I'm using simple Java stream filter by last name, and last name equal to this last name, and collect it to a list and return this array list over here. And if I want to delete all, I'll clear my array list and store an empty list, and it will delete all the data. Let's start this application and let's see this in action. Okay, those of you who want that reference, right? You want to see the reference. I'll give you the references of Microstream project. Just first, let me complete this demo, then I'll give you. Okay, from that slide, I'll share the references. Okay, so my Spring Boot application has started. It's running on port 8080. Let's navigate to Swagger UI. Since we have the Swagger UI, let's leverage it. This is the Swagger UI. Here we can see we can add a student. Let's add a student. First name will be Samarth. Last name will be Narula. Student number will be 1. So we have inserted a student. It returned a student inserted, added successfully. We can find all the students with this find all. We can see we are getting the student here. I can find student by first name. So it is Samarth. Here you can see I found a student by first name. I can find a student by last name. So I'm just writing here Narula. I found a student with the last name. I can delete all students. This has deleted all the students. If I try to find all students again, I'll not get any students because I've deleted all students. So this is how simple it is. Now let me share the reference with you so that you can explore Microstream further and add it into your project and have faster querying capability. And Microstream is much more faster than JPA, 1,000 times much faster than JPA. Where is this slides? 2022 PPTs, Microstream introduction.
So after using the Microstreams, do we have to use Hibernate as well?
No.
No.
Because it says you don't need any expensive mapping, nothing. You don't maintain any special relationship. You just store your simple Java Pojo classes. In that you store, like if you want to have bookstore with different books, book as a separate, one bookstore can have multiple books, one too many. You can just have the books as a separate class and add that books as a data type or a field in your bookstore class and directly store the bookstore, and it will also store the books. So no expensive mapping is needed. That's the advantage of Microstream.
Okay, so it directly stores to the database, right?
Not just to the database, it can store anywhere. Like it can store in your file system, like you saw how I was storing in the file system, right? I'm storing these binaries over here. And this format, I don't need to worry about it. This format is specific to Microstream and it stores it like this and it reads it back when I restart the application. When I restart, application persisted is not lost. Plus I have the millisecond capability that I had with H2. That is one more advantage of using Microstream over H2 for your projects. Already, but you'll have to do cleanup. If you don't want to do cleanup, go for H2. If you want to do cleanup, but have also like maintain data, let's say want to do cleanup and also like maintain data for some debugging purpose, and use Microstream instead of H2. Although you can replace your normal databases and use H2 if you have Java based applications. But if you're having some other applications which are not JVM based, then in that case you cannot use Microstream. So you can see like
yeah, so where we declare the which format we have to store the data.
Data is always stored in the binary format, as you saw here.
Yeah, but you said like we can store the data anywhere in the DB or anywhere.
Yeah, like I have stored in this file system. So you can store in the database also. That specific configuration you'll have to read and do through official documentation. I did this one for file system.
Okay. Okay.
You'll have to read the official documentation. I referred this one for adding this part.
Okay, thank you.
This is like I had to read the documentation, try it out, and it worked. Okay. So that's it for today, guys. It is 7:20. We have 10 minutes. This is your Q&A time. If you have any questions regarding the topics which are covered today, you can ask me, and we'll continue tomorrow with this part with exception handling, custom exception handling, exception handler, and the advanced part.
Can I ask last question?
Hi, Burek.
Hi, how do we replace existing JPA projects to
How to replace?
How do we replace existing JPA projects to Microstream? Yes.
You don't need to do anything. Just remove the JPA specific annotations. That's it, and make it normal Java Pojo classes and store it into file system. If you use my project, this reference project which I provided you, the one which I've created, and you can store it into this file system and fetch it from there. No special thing required.
Okay.
And you can query it with Java streams, simple Java streams. This controller.
Hi Samarth, Gayatri here. Is this Microstreams are open source?
Open source, yes.
Or do we need any license?
Open source and JVM based. So you cannot use it anywhere else where it's not JVM based. So it's JVM based. Any language which is JVM based.
Okay.
So Microstream stores data in binary format. The object directly takes the object graph from your data from your RAM and it dumps it into the file system, like targeted file system. So it takes this binary, doesn't convert it into anything. It directly dumps these binaries to the file system or to database or any targeted data source or data store.
So it won't have any data security issue.
Data security issue. So you'll have to keep your storage secure, right? Like no one else has access to your storage. You can keep your configuration secure. You can read this configuration through some authentication based, right? Where the location is.
Okay, so it means to say if someone has access to the storage, they can have the data visibility as well. Yeah?
If someone has access to this part, they cannot directly read it because Microstream is storing it like this. So if they know how to use Microstream and they know how to refer back to this one, then they can decrypt it and like take those binaries. So this is just the binary data, and this is the format in which we are storing the binary data. They might directly take this data and load it back to the RAM and read it.
Okay.
But in that case, you'll have to keep the storage secret.
Okay.
You can store this rather than in the file system into RDS also.
Okay.
Yeah. But how to do that, you'll have to read the documentation. Yes. So either you see this, so there is no unique ID. There is no database specific constant in Microstream. So you can create 2 students also with student number 1. You can create any number of, there is no primary constant here.
So it allows duplicates as well.
Yes, it allows duplicates also. Because it's allowing duplicates because I've set it as list. The data type, data structure as list.
Okay.
If you set it to set, it will not allow duplicates.
So if let's say there are crores of records, then will it take time to load those data?
If you have crores of records, you can you can use lazy references and you can load some amount of data at a time. So for that, you'll again have to read the official documentation, how to do that.
Okay.
Like read, process, remove the lazy reference, reload. Okay, see, it is like you can remove the lazy references, right?
Yeah.
As we read here. But how to remove, you'll have to read the documentation for that. So you can just process the orders, then you can process something else. And if orders are only in crores, okay, so in that case, you will have to do batch loading into the RAM. And how to do that, you'll have to read the documentation for that.
Okay.
Okay, using a cache memory in between this Microstream and the Java code, will that improve the performance or no?
Using cache is not required because it will decrease the performance. If you use any type of cache, the cache also has a specific format, right, as discussed. So it converts that to a specific caching format and stores it into that cache. So this is also requiring this big data conversion layer. So that will in fact degrade the performance. Let Microstream directly take your object graph and do small modification and dump the binaries directly into some targeted data store and read and load it back to the RAM.
Okay.
So we have last 4 minutes left. Any other doubts?
No, just store this, share that latest code if possible, which has been edited.
Okay, if you're insisting, I'll just share it out. I'll upload it to my Git repo.
The code which you have shared earlier, like H2 database and then Swagger UI, that is already working in that as well, right?
Yeah. You want me to share this new code, right? The modified
Right,
code.
right.
Sharing that. 1 minute. Spring Boot. This is just Spring Boot this year, right? So SP Microstream T2. So here we have the latest code. I'm sharing in the chat, the one which we have modified today. Okay, so we are done for today.
Yeah, also, when we will get recording?
Recordings you might get after 1 week of the training, and if you don't get, you can you can add me on LinkedIn. First of all, drop a mail to the Universe team to give you, and if you still don't get, then add me on LinkedIn and drop me a message. I'll check with the Microstream and they'll check with the Universe and get you the recordings. Okay.
Yeah.
They'll confirm whether you have joined as a registered participant, and then they'll give you the recordings. All right, guys. Thank you for joining today's session. See you tomorrow at same time.
Hello. Hi, Samarth, you there?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, Samarth. Actually, this is not related to the session, but as I have actually seen your profile also, you are already working, and the way you have explained, I could actually relate more with the topic. So I want to ask one question here.
Yeah,
it's of the session. It's related to the databases in microservices architecture.
In
Okay, so
microservices.
I have recently started exploring this architecture. It's actually related patterns, design patterns.
Yeah.
I am stuck with the database transactions where we handle the fallback transactions. Like in case of there is a like multiple services are in stream, and 2-3 services are actually worked fine, but there is something some fourth or fifth downstream is failing. So whatever persisted data till third service, I want to roll it back again. So because it's unnecessary, right, that the complete transaction did not get completed, that the full transaction was not complete, so it was a fail. So how
Correct.
actually we handle it? Do you have anything like any pointers so that I can go
I
through
got your
if you could?
point in the like from one service you're persisting something, then calling next service. From that service you're persisting something more, then calling the third service, persisting something more. And if
Right.
persisting to the third
Yeah.
microservice and your downstream services failed, you want to send some kind of a rollback. You want to create a rollback kind of a mechanism. So you can have one status that everything is passed. You can set it to false initially, and you can store in your first microservice, and first microservice after storing that could send request to second microservice. It will store the data with that everything passed as false, and then it will call the third microservice, and if the third microservice fails, it will send a response back to the other two microservices. Or let's say you'll store something in the queue, and the first two microservices will be listening from that queue, and as soon as they get that okay it is false, they will delete the record which is false and with that ID from that database. Use a queue here. Don't set a separate response from third microservice. Make third microservice store something in the queue, and let microservice 1, 2, 3 or whatever are there about this microservice 3 subscribe to that queue and listen the events from that queue.
Okay, you mean to say it should be a lazy persisting, that once I get the message back, then only I will persist?
No. Persist. See, persist before, but create a column, overall status, set it to false in microservice. Let's imagine you have 3 microservices, microservice 1, 2, 3, and you want to store the data in all the 3 microservice related databases only if the transaction has passed in all. Even if it fails in one, you want to set it to false. So initially, microservice see the flow. Microservice 1 is first storing data, then calling microservice 2, then microservice 2 is storing some data, then calling microservice 3. Now, if microservice 3 fails, let's take this example. If microservice 3 fails, it will drop an event in a queue, any queue. It can be a Kafka queue, it can be a SQS queue, AWS
RabbitMQ or kind of.
Correct, any queue.
Yeah.
It will drop a notification there that this persistence has failed, and first 2 microservices are listening to the events there. It will get that data. It will see, search for that some unique identifier which you have, some ID. It will search that ID. Okay, this was that request ID, and it will change. It will then check the status. Like in that queue, you'll also store whether the third one has passed or failed. If it has failed, you will delete that record with that ID. You don't even need overall by ID also you can do a request ID.
Okay, okay. So basically, based on the event handling, actually, we have to handle these scenarios.
Correct.
based on
Store an
this.
event in the queue and let everyone subscribe to that queue. And if you want to have
Okay.
data
Is there any other
consistency,
way?
this is one way which I can
Yes,
think of,
yes.
but there are multiple ways for same thing. This is one very good way which I've told you. Use queuing. This way you have asynchronous deletion also.
Yeah, that is also possible. It's necessary also.
Yeah. Otherwise, there will be other issues
No.
if you use any other way.
Yeah, let me try this. Maybe I'll have to surf through internet for more articles how I can implement it.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thanks, Karthik.